On the record, this hearing is now streaming live on YouTube. Good morning. This is the 8th day of evidentiary hearings in EFSB 20-01, D.P.U 20-56, and D.P.U 20-57. I'd like to express my appreciation for the support I received from my colleagues, in particular Joan Evans and Bob Shea, for keeping everything running while I was on my own forced outage. But I'm happy to see all of you again today in hearings. Does anyone have any preliminary matters before we get underway with the substance of the hearing today?
I have two very minor things. One, to alert everyone, at some point along the way, I think our schedule got mixed up. Mr. Arruda is marked to be on the zoning panel this morning and not on the magnetic fields panel this afternoon, but it should be the reverse. So Mr. Arruda will be joining us for the magnetic fields discussion this afternoon or whenever we switch over. Of course, if the siting board does have any need to speak with Mr. Arruda, we can make him available as well. Similarly, we are planning to switch panels at some point during the day. And in order to do that, we will need a few minutes to make sure we get everyone who needs to be online.
Thank you, Mr. Gerson. Who will be on the panel for zoning this morning?
It will be Mr. Rodstrom and Mr. Burton.
Okay. Is there
and
any
I should also add one third thing. You will have noticed that Mr. Hewer is here today. He will be handling the zoning panel this morning.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gerson. I would remind the witnesses, Mr. Rodstrom and Mr. Barton, that they've already been sworn. The bench has some short period of questioning to do with zoning to lead off. Has the town of Barnstable expressed support for the company's request for individual and comprehensive zoning exemption for this project?
I can start off. The company has been engaged in discussions about many aspects of the project for several years now, including, as we've noted, an amendment to the host community agreement, which anticipates more details of the project. And we have discussed in general the similar approach to permitting and zoning for the project that was taken for Vineyard Wind 1. And I think it is accurate to characterize that the town is aware of our approach on zoning and is generally supportive.
Well, the company provided a copy of the host community agreement that was signed with respect to Vineyard Wind 1 as an attachment to information response EFSB G-14. In that document, Section 8 committed the town to specifically support the company's request for zoning exemptions for Vineyard Wind 1. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe it is correct.
Does the company anticipate that the amendment or the new HCA 2, if you will, for the Vineyard Wind 2 project would include the same language that's presented in Section 8? labeled town support in the original HCA?
The company is still working with the town on finalizing language and is moving forward kind of on pace for approval from the town to finalize and execute the host community agreement. So at this point, there are still some details to work out. And as we've committed to earlier, that as soon as that amended host community agreement is finalized and executed, we'll provide that to the siting board. That said, I do think it's accurate to say that the similar or same provision would be included with the amended host community agreement for this project.
I have a technical issue. I wonder if we can go off the record.
Off the record?
Just about 1 minute, please. Okie doke, thank you very much.
Back on the record. Mr. Rodstrom, could you give a expected date potentially for the execution of the HCA?
At this point, I cannot give it a specific date, although we expect an authorizing vote to be scheduled soon.
If the HCA is not finalized prior to the close of the record in this proceeding, would the company be willing to request that the town provide a document stating its support for the zoning exemptions requested by Vineyard Wind for the Vineyard Wind 2 project as a record request to be provided in this proceeding?
Well, I think it would be, the town's decision on how they would respond or characterize that. I think, as I previously mentioned, it's consistent with the Vineyard Wind 1 project in its current form, and therefore I don't think I don't anticipate there might be an issue, but there's also, I think, the town's process that they're following in order to finalize and obtain necessary approvals and execute the document that may or may not make such a request or a response to such a request likely. So I think it's a but I think it would be fine to provide such a letter to the town.
I guess what I'm trying to ensure, Mr. Rodstrom, is that if for some currently unforeseen issues, there is an extended delay that may stretch out for the execution of the HCA, that we do have a copy of something from the town expressing support before the record closes in this proceeding.
Yes, I think that should be possible. I do want to note that the current host community agreement that is presently being amended does anticipate this project and does provide support from the town, and that the amendment further clarifies some of the details. But yes, I think your request would be possible.
If it,
Well-
if it would assist the bench, this is Tad Hewer. I've been negotiating the HCA with the town. I can say that the provision in Section 8 regarding town support for zoning, in particular, the language about publicly supporting the issuance of the exemptions and agreeing to support Vineyard Wind to the extent it needs to appear before other boards, non-zoning boards, that language has not changed in the current draft. And has not in any way come up as a point of contention or discussion. Those discussions have been amicable so far, but this has not been a matter that has arisen.
Well, then as a record request EFSB 43, I'm going to make a record request for the company to provide something in writing from the town expressing the same level of support in the event the HCA is not concluded and provided to the board before the close of the record in this proceeding. With regard to the other terms of the HCA, does the company expect the document to incorporate similar provisions regarding repaving of the public ways after installation of the company's underground lines?
I'll ask Mr. Howard to help expand, but I do believe that the similar provision is included in the amendment.
That is correct. As of now, the discussions with the town have agreed that that provision that you see in the first HCA about agreeing to repave roads that are disrupted will be continued through in the second HCA.
Has the company requested that the town address the issue of the application of the zoning ordinance to the construction or operation of onshore cables under the public roadways as part of the terms of the HCA under negotiation?
Could I just ask if you could clarify, are you asking if the HCA provides further direction on zoning, how zoning applies to construction in the roadways? I guess if you could maybe just restate or
Sure, Mr. Rodstrom.
the question, yeah.
One of the requests that the company has made was for zoning exemptions to ensure that there was no zoning issues related to the construction or operation of onshore cables under the public roadways, which you may remember from Vineyard Wind 1. And I was inquiring as to whether there was perhaps new language that would be included in the HCA this time that could address that.
So, and just for the benefit of my fellow panelists, this is the issue that's addressed at some length in information request EFSB Z5.
Yes.
And we outlined in great detail our conservative approach to making that request.
Yes. And what I'm asking about is whether the company has asked the town as part of its negotiations to provide some statement as part of the HCA with regard to the town's position on the company's statements with regard to zoning exemption necessary for the construction or operation of onshore cables under the public roadways.
Understood. And could we defer to Mr. Howard for that, since he's been directly involved in those things?
I hate to let an attorney testify, but I think the information would be helpful.
We may find this to be a recurring theme this morning, given the highly legal nature of a lot of the elements of zoning that are being discussed. I can say that in discussing with the town, the HCA amendment, the question of whether zoning applies or does not apply under the public roadways of the town of Barnstable has not come up as an issue. I would refer again to EFSB Z5 and subsections 2 thereof. Our request for the exemptions is not based on any discussion with the town. And as we've noted in our filings, even if the town were to concur that zoning did not apply, as the citing board itself took the position in 1705, and which Vineyard Wind itself concurs with, there is still the concern about third parties, or quite frankly, subsequent building inspectors of the town of Barnstable, because that's within the zoning administrator and the town building inspectors purview to reach a contrary conclusion. That's the reason that we've sought relief under section 3, not because we believe that we have a difference of opinion with the town, but because of that inherent third party issue that can create issues down the road. No pun intended.
Thank you, Mr. Hare.
If I could just add, Ms. Sharkey, that, although, I agree entirely with Mr. Howard, but we have had extensive outreach efforts to the community, and especially along the proposed preferred transmission route. And at this point, we don't anticipate the type of challenge or potential suit that we were just discussing. However, it is a new transmission route separate from Vineyard Wind 1, and we do think this conservative approach does help ensure that the type of challenge that we were discussing would not unduly affect the schedule.
Will the new parcel that the company has proposed to add to the substation as part of the new substation design provide off-street parking as part of the new access and egress design?
At this point, the new parcel being added to the proposed substation off Chute Flying Hill Road has been designed solely as a access road or a location for an alternate or new access road into the substation and out of the substation. It has not been designed at this point for additional parking, but I think at this point the design has been focused largely on its utility as access.
So the potential use of the new parcel would not necessarily alleviate the company's concerns regarding the zoning requirements for off-street parking?
In the exhibit submitted to the citing board, which I believe was don't want to V10, I believe.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Mr. Supervisor. Which is what?
I'll avoid the specific reference to the number, but the submission to the citing board of the revised substation design showing the access road, in that we maintain the fence line as it was previously defined, and have only added the grading necessary across the new parcel as an access road. Therefore, at this point, our concerns regarding parking and relief, I think are still remain the same as before.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rodstrom.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have questions regarding zoning? In that case, does the company have a redirect?
I do not believe we do.
In that case, I believe Mr. Gerson wanted a break before we move to the next panel. So why don't we come back at 20 of 11? Is that sufficient time, Mr. Gerson?
We may be just a little bit earlier than some of the panelists expected. We did warn them about the uncertainty involved, so I am hopeful that will be fine. I suspect we may be able to get back sooner than that. Maybe if we would take till 10:40, 15 minutes and see if we can get people online, and then if we need more time, we can quickly let people know and give people some more time.
Well, one suggestion I have, and if this is taking things out of turn, is we have Mr. Soderman ready to go. If there was a discrete part of his testimony that could be achieved in that interim period, if Vineyard Wind's witnesses were not ready, perhaps that could be done. And then that would leave more time for Vineyard Wind's panel to be assembled. Just an option, depending on what Mr. Gerson finds out from the availability of his team.
Okay, so let's go off the record, come back at 10:40, and we'll assess where we are by then.
Sounds good. We'll be back at 10:40. Thank you. Presiding officer, before we
that-
get back on, I'll just give you a
Sure.
heads up. We will have our witnesses ready.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
No problem. Appreciate the time.
We're still off the record, right, Donna?
We are, David. What's
Okay.
up?
Oh, I came in just as I think I heard what Zach said. So is the way we'll work this, that Chris will follow Vineyard Wind's panel as opposed to precede it?
Yes,
Okay. Thank you.
but I appreciate the offer.
Yeah, actually, maybe this would be a good opportunity to just talk about the logistics of that. Like the way I was picturing questioning going for Eversource witnesses was basically to have, Chris testify about anything that would relate to Eversource's overhead lines for the grid interconnection. So there might be questions during the grid interconnection topic where Chris might offer something and the company Vineyard Wind might supplement, since there's a combination of the overhead and the underground lines. I will definitely let the witnesses know when I'm going to start questioning on the grid interconnect so that Chris can prepare himself.
So, okay. I'm sorry, Donna. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I was going to say, you're envisioning essentially there'd be a panel together, even though it is two different parties?
Yeah, I guess I didn't segregate my questions for Eversource or Vineyard Wind. The substance of MF15 was a collaborative response from Vineyard Wind and Eversource, and to the extent that Eversource provided information to support the magnetic field modeling on the grid interconnect, I would hope the witnesses would be able to sort of support, answers. So it's possible that I could pick out questions as I go that would be, directed specifically to Chris, if that would be more appropriate.
So Donna, one suggestion is we swear Chris in and we do the 2-minute direct, and then he's just available if and when that arises, if you'd like.
Okay.
And-
Go ahead, Zach.
Apologies. It is difficult to coordinate timing on Zoom. I was going to say, I think that would make sense. We wouldn't have objections to all of the witnesses from both parties being available at the same time. I do think it would be helpful if questioning were conscientious and as opposed to much of the questioning so far has been to whoever is best suited to answer, to direct the questions, if you can, either at one party or the other, or potentially both. That might help this to be efficient.
Yeah, that sounds acceptable. I'll do that to my best of my ability. And from the witness's perspective, please don't hesitate to speak up and ask for a clarification if you're not sure who should reply. And counsel, feel free to chime in. So.
And Vineyard Wind's witnesses will need to be sworn as well.
And I do think we have an additional witness, Mr. Long, who is currently in the attendees room and should be moved in as a panelist.
All right, moving him in now. Another just sort of heads up, John and I had a couple of conversations recently about sort of follow up on the topic of substation noise. And I think before we get rolling in magnetic fields, we'll probably issue just a record request since Mr. O'Neill's obviously not part of the panel today. So I think we'll probably start off with John Young issuing a record request.
I think that would be fine, and I anticipate you'll be correct that if you believe it's a record request, it probably is. I wouldn't underestimate the noise expertise of our current panel, so if you want to give them the chance to respond, we would welcome that chance too.
Thank you, appreciate it.
So then let's go back on the record. We are resuming after a break with to issue one record request on the issue of noise, and then we will proceed to swear in the witnesses for Vineyard Wind and Eversource's EMF witnesses. Mr. Hazel.
I'm going to defer to Mr. Young.
Sorry, Mr.
Sorry.
Young, didn't see you.
Hi, John Young with the EFSB. I have a sort of a follow-up question on noise, so it may be a record request for Mr. O'Neill. I'll ask it, and then as if it was going to be a record request, and then if there's people on the panel that want to try to take it on right now, then we can try that. But Mr. O'Neill had said in his testimony that a heavy sound wall had some properties that made it good for stopping noise, and we were asking somewhat about, or he was describing something about lighter noise walls, like perhaps a wood panel wall. There were also some questions about sound absorbent walls, and so I'm imagining those might be something like a foam wall, or
I'm sorry, those might be something like what?
those might be something like a foam wall, or noise blankets, that kind of thing, and then heavy concrete being a different version. Mr. O'Neill also said that I believe he indicated that the frequency of the sound had something to do with the efficacy of a sound wall in stopping sound from getting through. And so my main question is sort of a three-way 3x3 matrix, and that would be to identify for a light sound wall like a wooden one. How good is that at stopping noise from getting through? That's high frequency, A, high frequency, B, medium frequency, and C, low frequency. Then the same question for a sound absorbent wall or blanket. How good is that at stopping high frequency, medium frequency, and low frequency? And then finally, for a heavy, say, concrete noise wall, how good is that for stopping high frequency, medium frequency, and low frequency noise? It's just because there's all those different permutations, it might just make more sense to answer that in writing. But I'll let you take it on if you want, or at least give a preliminary answer, and maybe we could get the full answer in writing. And the point of that is really for comparing those three different sound walls. What's good for what frequency, et cetera? How do they compare? So if that all is the first part of the question, the second part of the question will be, did the company take into account those attributes of different kinds of sound walls, and how did it take that into account when designing the noise mitigation for the project? Mr. Hazel, are we talking about all the sound walls at the site, or are we talking about just the last westernmost one?
I'm sorry, the last what?
Westernmost wall.
We're talking about all of the sound walls at the substation property.
So the first part of the question is not really specific to the site. It's just about characteristics of sound walls. And the second part is for all the sound walls at the substation. How did that get applied? Does the panel we have today understand the question, whether or not they want to try to answer it right now?
We do, and I think it's complex enough that we would not attempt to construct that matrix verbally. I would observe, though, that I think at least for the first part of it, I would suggest we focus on the 35-foot western sound wall, because the choices, the alternative choices of wood or some sort of a lightweight blanket don't work for the transformers and other equipment, where the sound wall is also serving a fire protection purpose, and obviously those choices would not be appropriate there. So perhaps in the interest of simplicity, we can focus on the higher western wall.
So I think that would actually apply to the second part of the question, which is applying those principles to the particular walls at the site, not the first part, which is just what are properties of walls, Mr. Barton?
I'm sorry, which is what?
Which is just properties of walls, Mr. Barton.
Agreed.
So I think that would be a record request therefore, but let me just ask you one thing that comes to mind from your response is, if a solid concrete wall is good as a firewall, is it bad?
I'm sorry, if a solid
If
concrete
a
wall,
solid
what?
concrete wall is good for a firewall, is it inappropriate to put sound absorbent material on the inside transformer facing side of that wall?
Well, clearly, if you were to apply some kind of a coating, it would have to be fireproof, lest it defeat the underlying purpose of the wall. And there are means to get some sound absorption other than a coating. There are variations of material, so we could address that as part of the sort of the overall primer on noise walls that, as I understand it, constitute the first part of the question.
Responding to that could be part of either part of the question. That could be included in your response. So, Mr. Barton, the overall question you understand?
I believe we do.
And so, whichever company witnesses it is that responds to that.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you, John.
Whichever company witnesses address that would be fine. Thank you.
Okay, since the company understands the question, that will be record request EFSB 44.
Could I have 1 second, please? Thank you.
With the issuance of that record request, we are moving on to the company's introduction of its witnesses on EMF, as well as Eversource's witness on EMF. If the two councils would like to offer their witnesses to be sworn.
Thank you, presiding officer. I can begin with Vineyard witnesses. This is Aaron Lang of Foley Hoag. The panel today will consist of Ted Barton, Jack Aruda, Peter Valberg, and Christopher Long. The two new witnesses are Peter Valberg and Christopher Long, who will need to be sworn in.
Mr. Valberg, Mr. Long, could you raise your hand so I can see it in your screen? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Mr. Valberg, we can't hear you. Still can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Presiding officer, can we go off the record for a moment while we resolve this?
Off the record?
Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello.
I think we have you, Peter.
Okay, I had to change microphones, strangely enough. And so, yes, I will try again.
We'll go back on the record, and presiding officer, you could, however you want to handle making it clear is fine with us. Thank you, Peter.
Back on the record. Mr. Valberg, do you solemnly swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Lang.
Eversource has one witness who will testify today on EMF, Christopher Soderman, if he can be sworn.
I just thought I would let them identify themselves and then I would do Chris, if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, presiding officer. I'll start the direct examination with Peter Valberg. Mr. Valberg, could you state your name and business address for the record, please?
Yes, I am Peter Valberg, and my business address is with Gradient at 1 Beacon Street in Boston, Massachusetts.
And in what capacity are you employed by Gradient?
I'm a principal in the human health risk assessment area.
On whose behalf are you testifying today?
I'm testifying on behalf of Vineyard Wind.
And was your resume submitted as attachment 12 to the witness list that was submitted by Vineyard Wind in this proceeding?
Yes.
And have there been any material changes to your resume since it was submitted?
No, there have not been.
And did you participate in the preparation of Vineyard Wind's submissions in this proceeding, including the magnetic field report that was submitted as attachment I to the analysis to Vineyard Wind's petition, which has been marked as exhibits VW1 and VW2, the magnetic field report that was submitted as attachment F to the draft environmental impact report for the Vineyard Wind connector 2, which has been marked as exhibit VW7, and information requests and record request responses that bear your name as a responsible witness?
Yes, I did. I participated in all of those.
And were the information requests and record request responses that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
And do you have any changes to those materials at this time?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt those materials as your testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
Thank you very much. Mr. Long, could you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Christopher Long. My business address is Gradient, 1 Beacon Street in Boston.
And in what capacity are you employed by Gradient?
I'm also a principal at Gradient, focusing on human health risk assessment and exposure assessment.
And on whose behalf are you testifying in this proceeding?
I'm testifying on behalf of Vineyard Wind.
And was your resume submitted as attachment 13 to the witness list that Vineyard Wind submitted in this proceeding?
Yes.
And have there been any material changes to your resume since it was submitted?
No, I don't believe there have been.
Did you participate in the preparation of Vineyard Wind's submissions in this proceeding, including the magnetic field report submitted as attachment I to the analysis to Vineyard Wind's petition, which has been marked as exhibits VW1 and VW2, the magnetic field report submitted as attachment F, the draft environmental impact report for the Vineyard Wind Connector 2, which has been marked as exhibit VW7, and information requests and record request responses that bear your name as a responsible witness?
Yes, I did.
And were the information requests and record request responses that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you have any changes to report about those materials at this time?
No, I do not.
And do you adopt those materials as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Presiding officer, Vineyard Wind's witnesses are ready and available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Lang. Ms. Cuthan, is Mr. Soderman available to be sworn?
Yes, he is.
Good morning, Mr. Soderman. Can you raise your hand so it's visible in your screen? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Cuthan?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Soderman. Could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Christopher Soderman. I work for Eversource Energy out of the 56 Prospect Street location in Hartford, Connecticut.
And what is your position with Eversource?
I am Director of Transmission Line Engineering.
And you are testifying today on behalf of Eversource, is that correct?
That is correct.
What has been your role on behalf of Eversource with respect to Vineyard Wind's project at issue in this proceeding?
My role is to provide support information and clarification on electric and magnetic fields, as well as transmission line design.
And were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
They were.
Do you have any changes to those materials that were provided in this proceeding that bear your name?
I do not.
Do you adopt all those materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Hazel, do you have questions for the panelists?
I do. I think Mr. Wong might have one general question, which he deferred from an earlier day of testimony for the specialist witnesses.
Mr. Wong?
Thank you, Ms. Sharkey and Mr. Hazel. I have two questions, actually. The first one's more general. My first question is for the company to describe if there's any difference in terms of magnetic fields from DC and AC circuits. And you don't have to keep your answer just to offshore transmission lines, but it's a more general question. Thank you.
So there is, and it has to do with the nature, the oscillating nature of AC versus the steady nature of DC power. But I'll ask my colleague, Dr. Wahlberg, to elaborate.
Yes, no, I'd be glad to elaborate. And the differences are basically contained within the abbreviations, where AC stands for alternating current and DC stands for direct current. And a direct current means that the voltages and currents that are on those lines are steady and they don't change in time, other than, perhaps being turned on and off. Whereas in the case of AC in the United States, those voltages and currents oscillate back and forth between positive and negative at a rate of 60 times a second. And so often you hear those referred to as 60 hertz, where that hertz is just an abbreviation of cycles per second. And the important difference is that the DC fields are very much identical to the actual Earth's magnetic field that we all live in the presence of, because that's also a steady field that has been around for a long time. The time varying fields were designed to be more suitable for power transmission because you can change the voltages that the current goes on. You can change them up and down much more easily than you can in the case of DC. And so I think that basically summarizes the differences between the two. And if there are more specific questions, I'd be glad to address them as well.
Thank you, Mr. Wahlberg. I don't think I have much more to ask about that topic, but is it too simplistic to say that one might have more and one might have less? Is that a too simplistic of a statement to make?
Well, perhaps you could elaborate a little bit as to what the more and less of what, because all of these, they all have characteristics of voltage and current and so forth and power. And so both of them can be used to transmit electric power.
So what I understand is that as Mr. Barton and you have reiterated, is that DC is static and AC oscillates. And I guess it's more intuitive that AC would, the oscillatory nature of AC would create a magnetic field. And would that contribute to, if you held both to be the same voltage or the same voltage, would AC necessarily have a bigger field related to it?
I don't think that's quite accurate to say at all, because the current, the magnetic field produced by either one is proportional to the size of the current. And in the case of AC, the size of that current rises and falls in a periodic way, 60 times a second, in one direction positive and then in the other direction negative. The amount of magnetic field produced by DC for the same amount of current is exactly the same in size. And so that's the principle of electricity and magnetism, that the magnetic field is proportional to the current and other things such as the distance that you are away from the current. So it's not correct to say that one would create more magnetic field than the other, because they're both cases, magnetic field is proportional to the current.
Thank you, Mr. Wahlberg, and thank you for re-clarifying that the current is related to the field. I had forgotten to make that distinction. So I think we can move on from that topic. My next and final question on this is regarding the assumed loadings for current for the transmission lines. And I think Mr. Barton had answered this question partly earlier in the hearings, but so I just to reiterate the question that I had earlier, it was, we asked the company, and the company did also assume that 50% would be the average annual capacity factor. And I had asked whether the company felt like this was a suitably representative capacity factor, given that it's an average value and not a constant value. Mr. Wahlberg and Mr. Long, would you agree that it's appropriate, or would you give a different answer?
Well, I guess I would just add to that, because it really follows on what you and I were just discussing recently, is that the capacity factor has to do with the power being delivered, and that changes the current on the lines. If you have underground lines on the seabed and underground lines on land, as you deliver more power, the current goes up for a fixed voltage, and as you deliver less power, the current goes down. And so because it's such a simple proportionality, you can choose whatever power level you would like to think about, and that can be anywhere between maximum and minimum. And I think there were a number of information requests that the EFSB issued where they said, consider maximum output, consider half output, and so forth. And we provided answers to those that basically illustrate that principle, that the magnetic fields, for example, are proportional to the current, which again is proportional to the power output of the turbines.
Thank you. And I don't believe we got to this previously, but given that the company states in EFSB-G-12 that peak generation would occur from December to March, is the company able to provide a sort of estimated loading value during this time from December to March?
So when we talked about this earlier, and we had a discussion about the estimated 50% annual average capacity factor, and we made the point that was a good stand-in for an annual average magnetic field loading calculated from that. And you had asked about the seasonal variability. We don't have specific numbers in the record, but just for perspective, the difference between the winter month capacity factor where the winds are at their highest and the summer capacity factor where they're typically somewhat lower might be in the range of 60% capacity factor in the winter months, 40% in the summer months, with the annual average being 50% and 50% being a pretty representative number for the shoulder months.
Thank you, Mr. Barton. I appreciate that. I'm all set with my questions, Mr. Hazel.
Thank you. Just to clarify a conversation we had during the break, I have my questions set up by segment of the project. So landfall, onshore, substation, and grid interconnection. We have a witness from Eversource who is available to testify, and my expectation is that Eversource will answer questions which relate to modeling magnetic fields for the grid interconnection, where assumptions about the overhead lines had to be made in order to come up with representative modeling scenarios. I'll do my best to direct specific questions to Mr. Soderman, which pertain to aspects of the grid interconnection that are maybe more appropriate for Eversource. So that's how I'll proceed with my questioning.
May I just comment for a moment on that? This sort of ties into the motion we filed for deferment, and we can proceed as you wish, but Eversource's role with regard to ownership of, let's say, the grid interconnect is one of those issues that is still under discussion with Vineyard Wind, and hopefully will be resolved shortly. But at this point, that is a matter of there isn't certainty about that, and so that's why we had recommended that Eversource's testimony for the entirety of its witnesses would follow in time the completion of those commercial agreements, because Eversource's role would be defined at that point. If it is more convenient for the staff and the record at this point for us to respond to the extent we can as a hypothetical matter or as a theoretical matter, if Eversource were to be the owner of the grid interconnect line. I just want that to be clear because the parties are still negotiating that, and it may be subject to change or may become different if the parties reach a different resolution or are unable to reach a resolution at all. So,
and Mr. Rosenzweig, correct me if I'm wrong, but Ms. Evans did issue a revised witness schedule. And I believe there is a new day set for the grid interconnection testimony, or no?
It says to be determined at this point. So
But clearly,
our expectation is that there will be, likely another day of hearings after these outstanding issues are resolved.
so certainly to the extent that we are verging into areas more heavily related to the grid interconnection as opposed to kind of more general EMF issues, we can certainly return and revisit it at that future date.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll proceed with my prepared questions. I have a sort of a general question to start us off, which is related to the output of the wind farm and the capacity of the cables. Several of the modeling estimates for magnetic fields assume 100% of the wind farm output. If the wind farm is operating at its full output, does that max out the capacity of the transmission cables connecting it to the grid?
So that's probably a question that we would like to hear from Mr. Aruda on, but my understanding is there is some margin in the cable design, but they are certainly capable of handling the full output of the wind farm for a sustained period.
I would agree with Mr. Barton. The cables are designed as a continuous rating, meaning for the full output, but there's always a factor of safety built into the cables and the exact sizing of the cables. There are standard size cables, so the actual cables themselves, when you get to a size that can handle that continuous rating, may have a little bit of room, extra room in it, but they're not designed per se to take one cable out of service and run the whole wind farm on the other cable. That's not how it's set up. It's nominally set up for two 400 megawatt circuits with a certain amount of safety factor built in.
If there's a little bit of headspace on each cable, is there any scenario or possibility where in the future maybe a few more wind turbines would be connected to those cables and they would actually be carrying more power than what we've modeled in or what the company's modeled in this case?
I cannot say for sure at this time that there wouldn't be a wind turbine or two added. I don't know that for sure, but the rest of the equipment within each circuit is also sized for that nominal 400 megawatt rating. So even if a cable has additional capacity, there could be other constraints in that circuit that would limit you to around that 400 megawatts.
Thank you. That makes sense. So next question is about or pertains to the cables as they approach the parking lot at the landfall site. My understanding is that on the seaward side of the splice faults, the cables are not encased in a duct bank, and then proceeding north, the cables are inside of a concrete duct bank. So my essential question is whether the concrete duct bank provides any minimization or mitigation of magnetic fields that's different from the seaward side, which does not have a concrete duct bank.
So let me start that, and then I think I'll ask Dr. Wahlberg to provide some further detail. So the real variable on the modeled surface magnetic fields are the depth of cable burial. But with that said, recognizing that the cable as it approaches from the ocean side is the 3-conductor bundled cable that we've described at length as the submarine cable. So once it gets to is pulled through the HDD placed sleeve, if you will, and comes up in the parking lot and reaches the splice vault, it's separated into its 3 conductors, spliced to 3 conductors, which represent the land cable. Those cables go into the concrete vault, two pairs of them. So there are some characteristics of the submarine cable, namely the twisting and the steel armoring, that provide some additional mitigation, if you will, of magnetic fields, but we have not taken those into account in our modeling. So at the end of the day, it's primarily a function of burial depth and the arrangement of the cabling. But I'd ask Dr. Volberg to expound on that as need be.
Sure, and that was a very good explanation. I think that what I sense may have been behind that question too is whether or not the material in the seabed in which under the submarine cable is buried versus the concrete in which the conductors find themselves when they're on land, do those have any effect on the magnetic field? And I guess the answer to that question is no. There's really no interaction between the seabed and soil and so forth versus concrete and the soil that the on-land conductors travel through. In addition to what Ted said, I mean, the basic difference between the two situations are just as he mentioned, that on the seabed, the conductors are fairly close together, and in addition, they're slightly twisted. And because of that close proximity, that tends to cancel out the magnetic field produced by each of the individual conductors, because those magnetic fields do tend to oppose each other. Likewise, when the conductors get on land and go into the duct banks, they're still close to each other, but not quite as close as they are when the conductors are in the submarine cable. And so that cancellation effect is somewhat reduced.
Is there any steel in the concrete duct banks, like reinforcement or any other kind of steel in there?
You mean in the duct banks?
Yeah.
No, there's no steel in the duct banks. They're just concrete and polyethylene duct bank openings.
Thank you.
Mr. Barton, you mentioned that you reminded me that the offshore cable has a steel sheath or some sort of steel armoring around the outside of the cable. Is that steel sheath present all the way up to the splice vault in the parking lot at the beach?
So it's steel cable armoring. So it's a thin steel cable that is wrapped fairly tightly around the cable, and it's there for physical protection of the cable. So as you pull the 3-core submarine cable up through the HDD provided opening, it stays in that form essentially until you get near the splice vault and you want to separate out the 3 conductors so that you can splice them to the landside cabling.
And do you know about how far back from the splice vault the cables split into the respective 3 phases?
Off the top of my head, no. We do have, we do have a drawing of that, and Mr. Arruda may be able to provide a more precise answer to that.
The actual submarine cable remains, as Mr. Barton explained, all the way till it gets to the transition joint bay or splice vault, because the anchoring point is part of the splice vault entrance, and that shielding stays on the cable until that point in the separation.
I'm sorry, and that what stays on the cable?
Shielding stays on the cable until that point, and the separation actually occurs once it's inside of the splice fault.
Thank you, Mr. Aruda. That's helpful. I'd like to know whether the magnetic fields associated with the cable, I guess the offshore and the onshore, to the extent that it's one continuous cable. I'm curious to know how the magnetic fields change from the offshore substation all the way up to the onshore substation.
Well, those answers are in the EMF report. I mean, the submarine cable, as I say, is just all the three conductors are very close to each other, and so the magnetic field peaks sharply right over the cable and then falls off on either side. And there are two such submarine cables which are quite a ways apart. So there's very little, if any, overlap of magnetic field between the two of them. Once you're in the duct banks that carry the power onshore, then both of those circuits are in a single duct bank, and they're distributed in the various openings that are provided in those duct banks. And again, those magnetic field results are in the report. And there it depends a little bit on whether the duct banks are typically, let's say, 4x2, where there are, let's say, 4 horizontal ducts and 2 vertical ducts, versus having a more kind of a vertical duct bank where there are 4 vertical openings by 2 horizontal openings. And the results are slightly different because, as is the case with all kinds of magnetic calculations, the relative disposition of the conductors makes a difference in the result.
I appreciate that answer. Maybe my question would be better phrased a little differently. Let's starting with the offshore segment. The EMF report essentially provides one representative cross section, but the offshore segment is quite long. So I guess I was wondering if there's any, if the magnetic fields are changing at all between the offshore substation and where it enters the splice fault onshore, or if that cross section that was modeled is truly representative for the entire length of the offshore cable.
Well, that's a very good question, and it's a very interesting question because the answer is probably helpful to simplifying the whole situation, in that the magnetic fields produced depend on the current in the cables. And since there's no current added or subtracted between the point where the cable originates out at the wind farm and then the splice fault, then the currents are the same entirely along the length of the cable. Secondly, the cross section of the cable is unchanged as well. And so I think that you're getting at a very important point, which is that single cross-section applies throughout the whole length of the cable transit from the offshore location onto land.
Follow-up question. I understand there's maybe there's additional pieces of equipment at the Vineyard Wind substation that are necessary to correct for power quality issues, because the overall length of the cable is quite long. And I think this might have to do with reactive power or other electrical engineering topics that I don't understand super well. So I'm trying to understand if the relatively long length of the cable, which requires sort of electrical correction at the substation at least, has any bearing on the magnetic fields associated with the cable over its whole length.
Well, the cable being long, there is an effect called the charging current, meaning that because we're operating at AC, where the polarity of the voltages changes from positive to negative in a periodic fashion, that cable has to be actually charged and discharged, charged positively and it builds up current, and then charged negatively, it builds up current. So there's a component of the current called charging current, which does in fact increase with the length of the cable. However, that does not change the things that you see in the substation are trying to attempt to correct for that reactance, if you will, that capacitance. And they have inductors that help compensate for that at the substation. But in terms of the behavior of the cable, the things that are attached to it at the substation don't really affect the results that you're calculating out along the length of the cable.
Okay, that helps me understand a little better. Thank you, Mr. Valberg. This pertains to the onshore segment of the magnetic fields modeling. I don't recall from the magnetic field reports whether a specific cross section was provided for the splice vaults. Would the magnetic fields associated with the splice vaults be any different from either of the duct bank arrays that the company did model for?
Yes, the splice vault banks would be slightly different because the conductor configuration changes. And that calculation was not done in this particular case. We did a similar calculation for Vineyard Wind 1. And what happens is that the conductors get a little farther apart from each other because you need that room in order to do the splice between one conductor coming in and the other conductor going out. And so the magnetic field in that area does change.
Mr. Barton, did you have something to add, or?
No, I was just going to add that as Peter already touched on, we did model that for the first project, and as he said, we found the results in the immediate proximity of the splice fault were a little higher than the duct bank run itself.
Okay. I'd like to ask a record request for the company to provide a magnetic field cross section for an onshore splice vault. And I believe the cross sections in this case have been provided, at the sort of the center line or directly above, and then 20 feet on either side. So I'd like the company to prepare a magnetic field estimates for those positions at 100% of the wind farm's output and at 50% of the wind farm's output.
Does the company understand the question?
We do.
Yeah.
That will be record request EFSB 45.
In the company's magnetic field modeling, provided estimates for both a horizontal and a vertical duct bank. Which of these configurations does the company expect to use more often during the onshore construction?
So let me start that, and Mr. Arruda may want to expand on it. We did, as you said, model both the horizontal 2 deep 4 wide and a vertical duct bank.
I'm sorry, the horizontal what?
I think I said horizontal 4 wide 2 deep, and the vertical 2 wide 4 deep. And I think at this point we are expecting to use predominantly, if not exclusively, the shallower or horizontal duct bank configuration for the in-street work, and that is largely because of the need to coordinate with the town's sewer projects. So it is easier to accommodate that using the shallower, wider duct bank design.
And can you explain why the shallower horizontal duct bank makes it easier to coordinate with the sewer replacement?
Well, basically the dimensions. So the horizontal or shallow or duct bank design is, and we have drawings in the record, but from memory, it's something like 2.5 feet deep, and the vertical.
I'm sorry, you went out again. But from memory, it's something like
2.5 foot. Excuse me, 5 foot wide, 2.5 foot deep. And in contrast, the vertical duct bank is 2.5 wide by roughly 5 feet deep. So if you're working with a scenario where the town is going to be putting their new sewer infrastructure in, and we're going to go essentially over that, not directly over it, but working in the same street, it just facilitates the installation if we have that shallower design.
Is a vertical duct bank, notwithstanding the sewer coordination, is a vertical duct bank any more difficult, timely, or costly to construct?
To my knowledge, not in any meaningful way. I mean, you're changing the depth and the width of the excavation a bit, but there's nothing inherently difficult about constructing one versus the other.
And in the company's information request response, EFSB MF 15 S2, I believe the summary cross sections for the duct bank configurations imply that the vertical arrangement has a lower magnetic field associated with it compared to the horizontal configuration. Is that correct?
Yes, there is a small difference, and it basically stems from the fact that in the vertical arrangement, the conductors for the second cable are deeper or further below the surface of the road.
Is there any difference in terms of the spacing of the phases? Like, is there more or less sort of like cancellation of magnetic fields in the vertical arrangement compared to the horizontal arrangement?
Well, there's really not much difference in there, but I mean, if you think about it, the horizontal arrangement is just turned on its side, and then it becomes a vertical arrangement. And so in one case, you're looking at the drop off of magnetic field as a function of distance perpendicular to the long edge of those ducts. And in the other case, you're looking at the drop off magnetic field with distance along the narrow, perpendicular to the narrow edge of those ducts. And so, yes, the location of the conductors in the ducts is important, but the cancellation still occurs. And what Ted was saying is absolutely correct, is that the effect with the shallower duct bank is that both sets of 3 conductors are somewhat closer to the surface, and that contributes to a somewhat higher magnetic field level.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. So Mr. Barton characterized the difference in magnetic fields between a vertical and horizontal duct bank as a small difference. Does the company consider the reduction from a vertical duct bank as a way of minimizing or mitigating, well, minimizing the magnetic fields associated with the onshore cable?
There is a small decrease of above ground magnetic fields with the vertical duct bank, but it has to be, balanced against the difficulty and the conditions that Mr. Barton mentioned of coordinating with the town and so forth. And also, one of the things that we point out in the report is that we're talking about relatively low levels of magnetic field as it is. I mean, the very fact that these lines are placed underground means that the phase conductors are much closer to each other than anything that you see above ground. In other words, above ground transmission has the lines that are very far apart, and so the cancellation effect is weaker, considerably weaker. By putting these transmission lines underground, you're achieving a fair amount of cancellation just by the fact that they are underground and they're confined to duct banks where the ducts are very close to each other. So yes, one could give a little incremental reduction with the use of the vertical 2 horizontal by 4 deep duct bank, but in the bigger scheme of things, that would be a fairly small gain.
It's probably just to illustrate that point, it's probably informative to look at table 4 in the response to EFSB MF15. So in that table, we presented results for both the 100% and 50% load case, and we presented results for both the vertical and horizontal arrangements. And while there is a difference directly above the cable center line, which would typically be in the road, by the time you get 20 feet to either side of that center line, the modeled numbers for the 2 wide 4 deep version are 3.8 milligauss, and the corresponding numbers for the shallow or horizontal arrangement are 4.1. So in the context of what we're talking about here, that's a pretty insignificant difference.
What about for the, let's focus on the center line at 100% capacity, since we're at table 4 already. Could you express as a percentage how much higher a horizontal array is compared to a vertical array? I mean, it looks like it's going from basically 58 to 82, which off the top of my head seems like it would be around 30% higher or somewhere in that ballpark. Could you confirm the percent increase for a horizontal compared to a vertical?
So it's actually in round numbers, if we're talking about, again, directly above the center line, it's about 40%. But I think anytime you look at these, you also have to look at them against the health-based guidelines, and a number that you've seen discussed a number of times in this report is the ICNIRP guideline of 2000 milligauss. So that provides another important point of perspective beyond just the percentage difference.
Thank you. Maybe for Mr. Brock's benefit, could you spell out what ICNIRP stands for?
I'll go ahead and do it. It's an International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection.
Thank you very much. And actually, my next set of questions are focused on that standard, so that transitions us quite easily. I'd like the witnesses to refer to the EMF report submitted as attachment F to the draft environmental impact report. And within that report, please refer to table 2-2, which provides various 2-1 and 2-2, which provide various guidelines for magnetic field levels.
Okay.
When I read this table 2.1 specifically, it looks like there's a pretty good range between the various guidelines offered here. Do you agree with that characterization that, you know, there's a pretty wide range of guidelines listed here?
Yes, it's a fairly wide range of guidelines. And in a way, I mean, I would interpret that to indicate that the idea that there is any effect at any of these levels is fairly poorly supported. And so that's different agencies come up with different guidelines because they're all supposed to incorporate some safety factor, and some of them allow larger safety factors, some of them allow smaller safety factors, but none of these guidelines that you see in table 2.1 should be viewed as a bright line between levels of 60 hertz magnetic field that are considered, you know, dangerous or harmful, and those that are considered safe. I mean, basically what I would interpret at this from this table is that going from 0 to 10,000 milligauss, you're assured of a fair amount of safety.
A minute ago, you indicated that the fact that there's some variability among the various guidelines maybe implies that the guidelines themselves are, I think you said, poorly supported. Can you explain a little bit about why you think that's the case?
Well, yes, and I think they're poorly supported in the sense that there's not really good evidence that there's any level of this size that would cause adverse human health effects. And in fact, what I like to give as an example, which I think sometimes is helpful for people to understand this, is that, you know, today we have a procedure called magnetic resonance imaging, which in fact is used as a diagnostic procedure, which uses immense magnetic fields. It uses immense magnetic fields both in the DC realm and in the AC realm. And I don't know if, how many people on this panel have had a magnetic resonance imaging scan, but the main steady magnetic field is of the order of 10 million milligauss. And then that steady field is scanned. In other words, it's varied up and down in order to get a picture, an actual picture of the interior of your body with a field that's very much like the 60 cycle magnetic field. It's time varying. And those fields are of the order of thousands of milligauss as well. And so the scientists that have looked at these issues with potential health effects of 60 cycle magnetic fields have tried very hard to figure out exactly what kind of aspect of this kind of magnetic field could cause damage at the biological level. And basically, they've not been able to come up with a mechanism. And I think back in the days when they were first doing a lot of these experiments on animals, there were lifetime experiments done on animal exposures to very high levels of AC magnetic fields. And those animals did not show any ill effects, even after a lifetime of exposure. So we're kind of in a situation where there are some statistical studies that show statistical associations, but in terms of being able to find a scientific basis of why those statistical associations appeared, you know, we don't have that. We don't have that information, and so many of the health agencies have concluded that yes, they're interesting associations, but we don't believe that they have a causal basis. So I think these guidelines kind of reflect that degree of uncertainty about whether there's any effect at all.
If there was a more direct or more compelling evidence in your opinion, would you expect that these guidelines would be more closely clustered with one another?
Yes, I would. And in fact, you know, for many of many chemical exposures where you have good evidence of a threshold value above which there can be dangerous exposures, then yes, they are very closely clustered. And a very common everyday example is something like carbon monoxide. I mean, all of us are exposed to carbon monoxide all the time because it's a constituent of engine combustion. And that level of carbon monoxide is not, being lethal to anyone that we know of. However, if you get it high enough for a period of, let's say, 4 to 6 hours, then that carbon monoxide can actually be a lethal compound. So I think that the whole idea of the dose makes the poison, which I think is a favorite, catchword for toxicologists and health assessors, is that is important, and that when you do have mechanisms that you can apply, or you do have animal studies that give you some results as to where the threshold level should be, the safe threshold level should be, then your standards are much more tightly grouped.
I'd like to refer back to table 2.1 of the magnetic field report in the DEIR. In this table, the ICN-IRP guideline is included in bold text. Can you elaborate as to why bold text was used for that particular guideline?
I think that the reason we use bold text for that particular guideline is because it has in fact been adopted by a whole variety of other agencies. I mean, if you read on down the next row to the bottom, which has to do with the United Kingdom and the Health Protection Agency, or now it's known as Public Health England, they adopted the ICNIRP standards. And in fact, the World Health Organization has endorsed the ICNIRP standards. And so in a sense, that because it is an international commission, it has in fact been a standard that's adopted more widely and is often quoted as being a very useful health-based standard.
And in the same row, there's a parenthetical that says general public, comma, continuous exposure. This is sort of a two-part question, because I think it might conflict with another reference in the record. So I'll give you the second reference in the record, and then you can sort of compare and contrast. I'd like to refer you to EFSB-MF-5, and specifically, I'm sorry, 1 second. Excuse me. The second place I'd like the witnesses to refer to is MF-4 at page 5. And particularly, there's a sentence in the second paragraph on page 5 that says the ICN-IRP concluded that there was not sufficient evidence to support the development of an exposure guideline specific to long-term exposure, citing both a lack of any consistent increase in any type of cancer. So it's that sentence specifically that seems to conflict with the parenthetical on page 2.1, which says general public continuous exposure. Do you follow where I was like looking at both of those references?
Yes, and I do understand that it seems that there is a conflict there, but I guess in a way I don't see that as a conflict, because if in fact you're looking at exposures to magnetic field of various levels, low, high, medium, whatever, look at people who are exposed to magnetic resonance imaging scans and so forth. If there's no trace of an effect that you can pick up for even intense short exposures, then there's really there's no reason to anticipate there's something that's accumulating. In other words, if you wanted to say that, well, maybe there could be some damage over the long term, but that would mean that something has to accumulate over the short term. And the scientists who have tried very hard to find that out have not found such an effect. So if you have really no trace of being exposed to a short-term exposure that leaves no biological footprint, then that same standard would then apply for long-term exposure as well, because you're not having damage accumulate.
So I just want to be sure I'm understanding your explanation there. Are you implying that the 2000 milligauss guideline is appropriate for both short-term acute exposures and long-term exposures?
Yes, because the basis of that short-term exposure was to essentially say we exposed cells, animals, humans to this level and didn't see any effect. And so if you don't see any effect, then you're essentially saying, well, there's nothing that we can find that is going to cause a longer term effect by virtue of some sort of damage accumulating over time.
Is that an extrapolation that you've made in your professional judgment, or is that sort of a conclusion that the ICNIRP made? I'm trying to understand whether the guideline itself is specifically developed as a short-term exposure level or specifically developed as a long-term, or both, from the actual organization.
Well, from the actual organization, they basically were saying that in terms of studies that have looked over the long term, we've not seen anything that is reliable that shows any kind of damage. And so consequently, we have only propagated the short-term exposure level because we feel that one is based on effects that we can actually look at, and we can determine whether or not there potentially could be an effect that was adverse. And we're going to try to protect people from any kind of potentially adverse effect. But if we're below that level, we don't see any effect at all. And so consequently, I think the ICNIRP guideline is in fact applied, practically speaking, to long-term exposures as well. I mean, you can never prove the absence of something, but here you have the scientific evidence that you don't see any effect that is going to accumulate and cause damage in the long term.
Just reading the transcript as it comes across here, it looked like there was maybe a few points where you qualified your response. And I wonder if you had the benefit of a little bit of time with a record request, if you could answer that question about whether the ICNIRP developed its guidelines specifically as a short term or whether it's intended for a long-term effect. If you could provide a little bit more certainty in that answer.
I would be happy to elaborate.
Okay. All right. Well, I'd like to issue that as a record request, and I can just restate it for the record. I'd like the company to comment on the characterization in EFSB-MF-4 of the ICNIRP guideline as appropriate for short-term exposures, and compare that to table 2.1 of the EMF report, which implies that the same guideline is appropriate for continuous exposures. I'd like the witnesses to clarify whether the ICNIRP developed the guideline of 2000 to be appropriate for short-term or for long-term exposures.
That will be record request EFSB 46.
Mr. Green, did you have a question to add?
Yes, I have one that sort of follows on this theme of short-term versus long-term and the level of exposure. I think this probably will also be for Dr. Valberg. Let me sketch out sort of a hypothetical situation where, let me stipulate that what I'm trying to create in this example are two equivalent average magnetic field exposure levels to, let's say, an abutter in a particular location around a project area. And in the first instance, let's imagine that there's a field exposure of 2000 milligauss at a particular resident's property line. And they only face that exposure for a very brief amount of time during the year. So let's just assume that it's, to be specific, 87.6 hours a year of exposure at 2000 milligauss. That's approximately 3.65 days. And assume that the rest of the year, the exposure from the project is 0 milligauss. You with me so far, Dr. Valberg?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And then for the other situation, let's assume that there's a continuous level of magnetic field exposure. So that's 8,760 hours over the course of a year at a field strength of 20 milligauss at the same receptor. So would you agree, first of all, with the representation that those two examples constitute an equivalent average magnetic field strength over the course of a year in terms of the exposure realized by the receptor?
Well, I guess I'd have to do the calculation for the 20 milligauss. In other words, you're saying multiplying 20 milligauss times 365 days should give you the same result as 2000 milligauss times 3.65 days.
As an average, yes.
Yeah, okay. I haven't done that calculation, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay. So that the 2000 milligauss is the level that you were just discussing with Mr. Hazel in terms of that being the guideline issued by, and I like to say ICNIRP. Is that correct?
Yes.
Again, you've pointed out some of the uncertainties and the whole area of magnetic field health assessments and the research being less than consistent or clear in all cases. But from your knowledge of this field, if you were the resident living at the locations that I just described, if you had the power to choose which of those situations you were exposed to as a resident to protect your health and to ensure the greatest degree of safety, I'm curious which of those two you would select.
Well, I think that I'd have to think more about exactly what I would say in terms of the scientific basis for those two. But I guess one of the things that I often hark back to is that we have been using 60 cycle power and have been exposed to 60 cycle magnetic fields for, over 130 years. I mean, this power was put in place in the days of Thomas Edison and George Westinghouse and so forth. So if in fact the magnetic fields were causing some subtle effect due to long-term exposure, we've had a very long time to potentially pick that up if there was such an effect. And because we haven't seen such an effect, I think that's one of the things that scientists struggle with in terms of saying, is there an effect at all? And I think because the national statistics do not show that increasing use of 60 hertz electricity has resulted in some increase in adverse health effects. In fact, if anything, typically lifetimes have been getting longer, generally speaking, and health has been improving. But I think I can include that in part of the record request response.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'm sure Mr. Hazel does as well. But I'm still interested in hearing your own personal opinion. I'm giving you a choice in this hypothetical situation of which of those two scenarios you would choose if given the option.
Well, I think I would probably choose the 2,000 milligauss option, because then that exposure is over. I know it doesn't cause any effect, and I'm done with it.
Thank you.
Could I add a thought to that? And I'm listening with interest, and I think to some extent the scenario you constructed, you could take a step further and postulate somebody thinking about whether they should have an MRI, which, as Dr. Wahlberg said, the fields in that case can be as high as 10 million milligauss. A typical MRI might be an hour in length. So that's a very intense but short-term exposure. And yet it's one that many of us, especially as we age, undertake, fairly routinely. So just an observation.
I appreciate that, Mr. Barton. So Dr. Wahlberg, even though I did press you a bit on the point and asking you to choose, it sounds like you might sort of be somewhat indifferent between the two scenarios, since you indicated both are technically below the ICNIRP threshold. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, they're both below the threshold. So I think I would be fairly neutral between choosing one or the other.
So sort of launching into my next question from that answer, as you probably know, the siting board and the D.P.U. siting division have alternated in certain cases between describing the magnetic field issue in terms of average current levels for a project versus maximum current levels. And I'm wondering if it really matters, based on your perspective on the health risk assessment for magnetic fields, whether we describe that, again, fairly short-term 2,000 milligauss exposure in the example that I just described, or whether we described it as a 20 milligauss annual average exposure. Should we be setting standards on averages, on maximums, or some consideration of both?
Well, I think that this is a question that, public health agencies and scientists have struggled with long the time. And part of the problem is just what we've been discussing here, is that there's really no adverse effect that you can really hang your hat on as being actually a causal effect of this kind of 60 hertz power line magnetic field exposure. And so consequently, many agencies don't set a standard. The Environmental Protection Agency doesn't have a standard. The Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Control doesn't have a standard. So it's one of those situations where if you don't know that it's causal, and if you don't know what the mechanism even is it the frequency that's important? Is it the amplitude? Is it the intermittency? Is it the polarization? All of that is just unknown, and it all kind of tends to indicate that the effect is not there. And so I guess that's probably why a lot of agencies just use the ICNIRP standard as the default standard, because they have put a lot of work into setting that 2,000 milligauss standard.
No, I appreciate that different regulatory agencies have very different practices around magnetic fields, and we don't have a national one-size-fits-all approach. But as you well know, the Siting Board has used magnetic fields as a relevant environmental impact for quite some time, and has articulated various degrees of acceptance of certain field strengths, and certainly tries to minimize them where we can. So again, I'm just looking for a recommendation from you to the board in terms of whether the standard that we use for looking at magnetic fields should be based on the maximum exposures regardless of their duration, or an average annual exposure level for a project in the nearby abutters.
Well, and I think I've given you my interpretation of the work that both ICNIRP and the other agency, the IEEE and the International Commission on Electromagnetic Safety, all those agencies have done a very good job in looking at the relevant science, and they've come up with these standards, which are, relatively high compared to the default standard that the EFSB had for a long time, which was 85 milligauss at the edge of the right-of-way. And I think those standards are useful and applicable. And I think that the extent that you want to go and regulate long-term exposure at very low levels is a little bit arbitrary.
So I think what I'm hearing you say, Dr. Valberg, is that the standard, let's say the ICNIRP standard, which you seem to attach a lot of significance to, is a standard that we should use. And if exposures to the project exceed it, whether it's 365 days a year or 1 day, it's still an exceedance. Is that your perspective?
Well, to the extent that that is a standard, and they have found the evidence that they, with the appropriate safety factor, want to promulgate that as a exposure standard, yes, I think that that is a helpful standard to apply to projects.
So it really is not a duration dependent standard, is what I'm trying to understand.
Yes, and I think that's the important point that I tried to say from the very beginning. If you have no damage that you can demonstrate at levels below that standard that are in fact detectable, then that standard can be applied for longer periods of time.
And does the converse also hold true, that if you're above the standard, even if it's for a very brief moment, that is a problem and one that should not be permissible?
Well, no, because I mentioned to you earlier that all of these standards have a safety factor built in. They're not meant to be a guide. They're not meant to be a bright line. That exceedance of it by 10, 50% and so forth is a danger signal. You have to look at what effect were they looking at and how serious is it, and what are the consequences of being exposed at above that level.
Okay, all right, I thank you.
Dr. Valberg, you mentioned an agency, and the name was very close to the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry, ATSDR. You said something different. Did you mean ATSDR that I just quoted?
Yes, I'm sorry, I did mean ATSDR.
Thank you.
I wonder if we could take a 5-minute break.
Yes, Mr. Brock, let's go off the record and come back at 12:15, and hopefully we will take our normal lunch break at 1.
Donna, are you able to hear me?
I am.
Okay, I can hear you as well. Just want to make sure.
Thank you. Once Eversource's witness and counsel come back, we'll go back on the record.
I have returned. I think David's not too far behind. I was just hiding behind my camera switch.
Likewise, I think you can go ahead.
I'm sorry, I had my computer muted. My apologies.
Okay, let's go back on the record then.
Before we went on break, Mr. Green had a number of questions about sort of about short-term versus long-term exposures to magnetic fields. And I have a follow-up question, which I think is related and might be a little bit more related to the project itself. If the company, excuse me, if we're considering a long-term exposure, is it more appropriate to look at the magnetic field levels modeled at 50% or modeled at 100% from the modeling reports?
Well, a long-term exposure would certainly track better with the 50% modeling case, because that in fact is the average annual capacity we expect to see from the wind farm. So I would certainly say that that's the more reasonable number to use for that purpose.
And similarly, if we were considering a short-term effect, does it follow that the 100% the 100% output magnetic field levels would be more appropriate to consider?
I mean, you could certainly make that argument, but recognizing that we're only talking about a factor of 2 difference between the 2 numbers, but.
The onshore portion of the cable traverses public roadways, and from the cross section submitted in the company's modeling report, it looks like the numbers fall off pretty substantially after 20 feet. Would you agree with that characterization?
Yes, definitely. That was the table 4 example that we were looking at earlier. And by the time you get 20 feet off the cable center line, you're down to numbers like 3 to 4 milligauss, even at the 100% load case.
And I think we asked this in a discovery question, but I'm not recalling the specific number off the top of my head. Is the company aware of any residential properties or businesses that would be within that plus or minus 20-foot envelope of the onshore cable?
You did ask that a question very similar to that, LU 23, which I could take a minute to review, but off the top of my head, I'm not aware of any homes or businesses that were within 20 feet of the cable center line.
Okay, thank you for referring me to LU 23. That's helpful. For a short-term exposure to the magnetic fields, would that mainly be related to, say, a pedestrian crossing the street or something like that, where it's not someone who's like physically living near the line, but rather they're passing over the center line of the cable?
If we're going to continue to explore the idea of some sort of short-term exposure limit as a hypothetical, that's what you would be talking about. Somebody crossing the street, perhaps somebody walking along the side of the road, but it would certainly be a brief duration. Yes.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Barton. I'm all set on the onshore part of the magnetic field questions, and my next area would be moving into the substation. So unless my colleagues have any follow-up questions on the onshore portion, I'll go ahead with substation questions. Seeing none, I'll go forward. So for reference, many of the substation questions are based on or relate to parts of EFSB-MF-15 parens S2 at pages 21 and 22. So you could just keep those in mind as we go through these questions. Could the witnesses please walk me through what the major sources of magnetic fields would be within the substation?
Well, I think, Chris, you could probably do that better than I, since you have looked at this more closely.
Right. I can start out answering that question. I mean, in general, and also specific to this substation, the most important sources of magnetic fields, outside the substation fence line are generally the lines coming into and exiting the substation. And that certainly is the case for this substation, where there are underground lines entering the substation and then underground lines exiting the substation. So in terms of magnetic field levels from a substation outside the fence line, it's generally, the most important sources are the lines coming into and exiting the substation.
If I could add a thought to that, within the substation proper, as we've outlined in the last full paragraph on page 21, the modeling did also include the equipment within the substation fence line. So the transformers, the shunt reactors, the air core reactors, switch gear, as well as the circuits that Dr. Long just spoke to.
I'm sort of interested to know if there's any sort of like ranking among the actual equipment at the substation in terms of their contributions of magnetic fields. For example, does a shunt reactor produce magnetic fields that are greater than a transformer or something like that?
Well, I could make a few comments. I mean, you can see from the magnetic field isoplex that it is actually the lines that produce most of the contribution to the fields. But I think one thing that is mentioned in the response, which I think is important in this particular substation, is that this uses gas insulated switchgear. The abbreviation GIS stands for gas insulated switchgear. And the advantage of gas insulated switchgear versus air insulated switchgear, which is what you'd see in a more typical substation, is that the conductors are brought much more closely together. They're not insulated by air, they're insulated by gas. And so that allows more close apposition of the conductors. And as we've mentioned before, it's that close apposition of conductors that allows better cancellation of the magnetic fields between the group of three-phase conductors, and also leads to a more dramatic fall off of magnetic fields with distance.
Can you explain a little bit about why, or just help me understand why a gas insulated substation would have the cables spaced more closely compared to an air insulated substation?
Well, the basic principle is in the air insulated substation, you use air. Air is the insulator. And so you maybe have, if you look at a substation, you often see these bus bars going around in parallel lines overhead. And so they're just like transmission lines in the sense that the only thing that's preventing the voltage from sparking over from one location to another is air. And so you have to have some minimum separation between them to provide insulation. With a gas insulated substation, they use a sulfur hexafluoride gas that is a much better insulation medium than ordinary atmospheric air at atmospheric pressure. And because of that, you can have the conductors placed next to each other much more compactly. So the whole idea of a GIS station is that the conductors are spaced closely together because of the better insulating capabilities of sulfur hexafluoride.
Mr. Wahlberg, are the bus bars within the gas insulation, or is the gas insulation just for the circuit breakers?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that question.
The question is, what all is exactly is gas insulated at the substation? Is it just the circuit breakers, or is it the bus bars and all the interior transmission?
Yes,
all the interior what?
Transmission.
Well, my understanding is that all the transmission is gas insulated. Yes, it's not just the switching stations. If you look at it, all you see is pipes. You don't see any bus bars at all. They're hidden inside steel pipes.
Thank you. Do the steel pipes themselves have a marked influence on the magnetic fields around the conductors then?
Good question. Well, we assumed that the steel pipes were stainless steel and that they were not ferromagnetic, meaning that they didn't really interact with the magnetic field. However, it is true, as you mentioned, that the steel pipes are electrically conducting, and so they will have induced on them some grounding currents. And the effect of grounding currents is that the current produced is something that helps cancel the magnetic fields produced by the primary phase conductors. So there is a shielding effect of having that stainless steel around, but we didn't take that into account. We just assumed that the stainless steel in this case allowed the conductors to be closer together, and that helped cancel the fields, and we didn't take grounding currents into account.
So the bottom line on that particular bit is that your forecast is actually to some extent conservative, and you didn't quantify by how much.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Dr. Wahlberg, are you able to characterize the extent to which the grounding currents or the use of stainless steel pipe would lower magnetic fields from what was modeled in the report?
Well, we have done projects where there are conductors that have associated grounding, a ground conductor, a ground continuity conductor, and the influence of the currents induced on that ground continuity conductor are on the vicinity of 10 or 30% reduction in the magnetic fields. But I don't have those figures for GIS stations, but given that you're talking about conductors of electricity on which grounding currents would be induced, I would suspect it would be somewhere in that range.
Earlier today, Mr. Martin or somebody was talking about a steel cable wrap around the cables that were for the undersea portion. Do I remember that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Are those stainless steel? Do those have grounding currents? And did your modeling take that into account?
It's possible that those have grounding currents. The grounding currents probably aren't very large because that steel mesh, if you will, or the steel armoring surrounds the whole cable. That is to say, it's around all three conductors. And so by that time, the amount of magnetic field available to induce grounding currents is less. And so there may well be some currents induced on that. But again, the purpose of that armoring is not really to act as a grounding conductor. The purpose of the armoring is just really to physically protect the submarine cable.
Thank you.
Just while we're on the subject of conservatism, so I don't lose the thought, the modeling that was done for the substation was modeled at 100% capacity. So we did not do a 50% load case there. We assumed that it was operating at peak load.
The substation isopleth map submitted with MF15S2. My understanding is this map does not take into account the overhead lines in right-of-way 343. Is that correct?
That's correct. This was set up basically to try to isolate, if you will, on the effects of what we are proposing to build. So the substation and the lines coming in and out. So that's what this isoputh represents.
Occasionally the witnesses have mentioned how sometimes the spacing between conductors could sort of cancel out magnetic fields. Is it possible that there would be any cancellation between the underground Vineyard wind lines in right-of-way 343 and the overhead lines that currently exist there?
Well, that answer is essentially given by figure 6 in that response EFSB MF 15 parentheses S2. And figure 6 does have the magnetic fields from the existing lines on the right-of-way 343, plus the effect of the project underground lines. And in fact, it has lots of information on it because it covers a whole bunch of scenarios having to do with how much wind power is being generated by Vineyard Wind 1 and 2, and how much electric power is being consumed by Cape Cod.
So I'm looking at figure 6, and I appreciate there's a number of scenarios that are shown on this figure, but is it possible to make a generalization about whether magnetic fields from the underground line are being canceled out with the overhead line, or does that depend on the specific scenario of power flowing on Cape Cod?
Well, if you look at figure 6, the location of the underground lines is essentially revealed by the spikes. You see one spike that's close to the left-hand edge of the graph, and another spike that's kind of in the middle of the graph. And those represent the magnetic fields being created by the underground lines primarily. And so, they're actually they are adding to the magnetic field at those particular right-of-way locations. But the other thing that's very important to notice is that the linear extent of their contribution is very limited. I mean, this is, again, as we pointed out before, due to the fact that the conductors are very close together and their field effect drops off sharply with distance. So yes, the graph shows that they're adding to the fields of the overhead lines, which are given by the more smoother parts of the curves. But they're not, the effect of their contribution is very limited in terms of the portion of the right-of-way that they affect.
If you look at figure 5, which is a physical cross-section of the right-of-way, it's a little easier to see what Peter was just describing on figure 6.
Thank you. That's helpful. And I just want to circle back to Mr. Long's testimony. Did I understand you correctly that the main source of the magnetic fields associated with the substation are the cables themselves as they exist within the fence line?
I guess my testimony was specific to the more important sources of magnetic field levels outside the substation. So that's when I was talking about the cables coming into and exiting the substation. As Mr. Barton spoke about, I mean, the model considers other sources of magnetic fields, namely various substation components within the substation. Those certainly can, those are sources of magnetic field levels within the substation, and you know, those do, you know, drop off very rapidly with distance, so that they tend to be lesser important outside the substation fence line.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. That covers my questions on the substation, and I think unless anybody else has substation questions, I can run my grid interconnect questions, and we can see where we are when we get closer to our regularly scheduled lunch. That looks like that's acceptable. For the grid interconnect between the company's substation and the West Barnstable substation, would any splice vaults be required for that length of transmission line?
Who are you directing this question to, Mr. Hazel?
Well, let's start with Vineyard Wind, since they've proposed the design that I've reviewed so far.
I can take a stab at this. Just due to the sheer length of between the two substations, Mr. Hazel, you would expect that you would have a splice fault within the right-of-way area at some location. It will be determined by the final engineering and the pull tensions on the cables once the exact route is known. And depending on the tunneling that goes under Route 6, there is potential that you could make it to that point before you actually have a splice. But it would need the detailed engineering to be performed once the exact routing within that right of way is known to us.
Fair enough. And I guess I'll phrase this as a hypothetical question, since the final arrangement is pending. But in the event that Eversource is responsible for this grid interconnect, would Eversource complete that final engineering? And
in that hypothetical case,
yeah,
where Eversource would own, yes.
Okay. And I'll circle back to that question after an agreement is filed, or if one is filed. I'd like the witnesses to refer to Table 5 in MF 15 S2. And Table 5 provides a summary of the line loads for the grid interconnect. And specifically within that information, or within that table, there's 3 footnotes that pertain to the direction of current flow. And I'd just like the witnesses to walk me through why the particular current flow direction was selected for that modeling scenario. And this actually might be a question that's better for Mr. Soderman, since it mainly pertains to the regional transmission lines.
Yes. So when you take a look at it, the flow for the overhead lines are basically feeding the rest of the Cape, right? So these interconnection lines would be coming from the West Barnstable station and feeding from that west location easterly out, further out on the Cape. Whereas the underground lines would be presumed to be coming from this new collector station, right? That would be feeding into West Barnstable. And so that would be coming from the east and then heading towards the west. So that's why they would have a different directional flow.
So I see footnote 1 is applied to overhead lines 122, 135, and 115. And that footnote 1 indicates that the current flow direction is assumed to be from east to west. So is it the case that in the modeling, the company assumed east to west transmission current flows regardless of the modeling scenario that was asked of the company and Eversource?
Forgive me for just a moment while I read that footnote and try to understand, taking a look at my my data here. So if you could just bear with me for just a moment.
Take your time.
So here it would indicate that the flows are heading basically in the same direction, right? So the output from the new station off of Shoot Flying Hill Road and the overhead current flows on the transmission lines would be heading in the same directions, right? Whereas the current flow from the 275 kV lines, which are feeding into Shoot Flying Hill Road, would be from west to east. And the current flow from the 345 kV interconnection would be heading from east to west.
So that makes sense to me for the Vineyard Wind portions. I'm having a little bit harder of a time understanding why it's the case that the current flows are assumed to be east to west for all three of the overhead lines, regardless of the modeling scenario.
So that might be a little clearer if you look back at the text on page 12. The other variable here is that Vineyard Wind 1 connecting at the Barnstable switch is also in the mix here.
So for example, it looks like let's take modeling scenarios 1 and 2 for starters. Modeling scenario 1 is 100% offshore wind with minimum Cape Cod load, and number 2 is 100% offshore wind and maximum Cape Cod load. So it looks like in both of those scenarios, footnote 1 is applicable, and regardless of whether or not Cape Cod's native load is at 100% or is at its maximum versus at its minimum, the currents on the overhead lines are still going to flow from east to west.
So I think I understand where the issue is coming here from, right? So as Mr. Barton just alluded to, the interconnection of Vineyard 1 is assumed to be at full output at the 800 megawatt load, right? And so when you account for that interconnection point is at Barnstable, which is east of here, right? And so therefore the Cape Cod load starts to have more and more of an effect on how much current isn't coming back from Vineyard Wind 1 and 2. right? But when you have zero offshore wind production, as in case number 4, right? So now Vineyard 1, Vineyard Wind 1, and Vineyard Wind 2 are out. Now everything is being delivered from basically the mainland, heading out towards the rest of the Cape. Do you understand where? Does that help clarify?
That does make sense about east to west for the scenarios where, especially for the scenario where there's no offshore. Wait. East to west. So for scenario 4, there's no offshore wind production, but Cape Cod's load is at its maximum. So in scenario 4, shouldn't the overhead lines have a west to east current flow? Like power is going out towards the end of the Cape?
For scenario 4 are from west to east, right? So essentially you're coming from West Barnstable and you're feeding out to the rest of the Cape, right? And that is where at Barnstable and at West Barnstable, there are no injections from the wind power, either Vineyard Wind 1 or Vineyard Wind 2. However, in cases 1, 2, and 3, we are assuming here that the wind is fully loaded up on Vineyard Wind 1, which is being injected at Barnstable, which is east of this location, is now pushing back towards West Barnstable. But if all wind is shut off, now you're having all your wind coming from your westerly sources moving back the other way.
Got it. I follow you that for scenario 4, the power flow would be from west to east. Maybe my issue is more wanting to clarify that that's how scenario 4 was actually modeled. Since just from reading the table, footnote 1, is applied to the columns for the overhead lines. So it led me to believe that scenario 4 was modeled as if power was still flowing from east to west, when in fact in scenario 4 it would flow from west to east.
Correct.
Okay.
Is what footnote 1 says, but it's sort of in 2 pieces.
Yeah. So the first 3 scenarios.
I apologize. I missed the qualification with the exception of modeling scenario 4. Apologize for the confusion. Thank you for walking me through it nonetheless. For the grid interconnection, and I think this would be a question that's appropriate for Vineyard Wind, since they've put forward the initial design of the grid interconnection. For the underground portion of that line, would the company propose to use the horizontal or the vertical duct bank configuration?
Concept along the right of way that you're referring to.
I'm sorry, Mr. Aruda, could you start again? Couldn't hear the beginning.
The concept along the right of way that you're speaking to would be with the horizontal duct bank configuration.
And is there any, would there be any benefit to using the vertical duct bank consideration in the right of way, since presumably there's no municipal sewer to coordinate with for that portion of the route?
the only benefit that I could see would just be the narrower construction trenching that you would use along that section of the right of way. But you would end up still with the deeper buried cable in that bottom section of the duct bank. So that adds a different temperature profile for that second circuit at the lower part of that vertical duct bank than per se if you had them both horizontal. Then they'd both be treated equally in that sense.
Okay. And for my next question, I'd like the witnesses to refer to figure 5, which is a cross section of right-of-way 343. And I think this question would be appropriate for either Eversource or Vineyard Wind to answer, since I think it pertains to practical engineering considerations for the overhead lines and the underground lines. So in figure 5, on the left, there's a duct bank positioned between the edge of the right of way and line 122. That's the red duct bank. Why is that duct bank positioned in the space at the edge of the right of way instead of being positioned in the center of the right of way? Between lines 135 and 115.
Let me start that, and others may want to add. So this particular location was based on an early concept of where the 345 kV underground line from our new substation over to West Barnstable would go. It's not necessarily the final word on placement by any means, but it is a conservative placement for magnetic field modeling results, and that's why we left it there. But it could very well end up further back in the right of way.
Thank you, Mr. Barton. Maybe for Mr. Soderman to comment on, would there be enough space to position the 345 duct bank, which is red, between line 122 and 135?
Conceivably, yes. The other concern that would actually kind of drive further into the edge of the right of way is the inability to remove your tall vegetation, and therefore the root structures, which I would be concerned about interfering with the integrity of the duct bank.
Mr. Soderman, are you indicating that would be a disadvantage of putting it between the edge of right of way and line 122?
Correct. Just from a constructability standpoint too, right? Being that close to the edge.
And this next question might be more obvious, but is there room for the 345 duct bank between proposed line 135 and the existing line 115?
It would appear to be the case, yes. Having not gone through all the details, I want to qualify that response.
Yes, fair enough. Is there any reason, I guess maybe back to Eversource, is there any reason that the 345 duct bank was not, proposed to be constructed towards the center of the right of way, other than the modeling conservatism that Mr. Barton alluded to?
Are you asking me that question?
I'm asking Vineyard Wind.
Okay.
So in addition to Mr. Barton's comment about conservatism on the EMF modeling, we also chose that location as a possibility looking at the least impact to the use of Eversource's right-of-way so that we would have minimal impact on any future right-of-way work that they may have planned for additional structures and things like that. So it was in an area that wasn't likely to be used for any future structure location, just due to the fact that the line 122 was already at its probably minimum distance from edge of right-of-way. But it was conceptual, and it was conceptual, Mr. Hazel, and open to obviously Eversource's input as to ultimately where in the right-of-way the duck bank would exist.
So I think earlier in the development of the company's petition and perhaps in the DEIR, Vineyard Wind had discussed entering into a co-location agreement with Eversource. And I wonder if when these initial positions were proposed for the application, if Vineyard Wind had proposed these locations in consultation with Eversource, or whether you had proposed these positions just sort of based on good commonly accepted engineering practices.
The proposed co-location request was not based on any detailed discussions with Eversource. It was more based on the conservative nature of the modeling, as Mr. Barton said, and the trying to minimize the amount of requests we were putting in front of Eversource for use of their right-of-way. But the caveat, as I mentioned, in the co-location request was that we would be willing to move the duck bank to a location that was preferred by Eversource once more detailed engineering was taken on here.
I understand. And I'll direct this question to Mr. Soderman, and I'll just try Mr. Soderman for this one. Is there any reason that an underground line could not be installed between line 135 and line 115 in the more central portion of the right of way?
I do not know of one right now. However, I haven't looked at this right of way in enough detail to say with certainty that we couldn't place it there.
Would the would the commercial arrangement, which is currently being negotiated between the parties, would that specify the exact location? Like would the siting board know the precise location of the grid interconnect line at the time that the commercial arrangement is filed with the board, in the event that it is?
Could you ask that question again? I lost it in the middle.
That's okay. Are Vineyard Wind and Eversource discussing specific locations of the grid interconnect line as part of the commercial arrangement, or have the specifics of the engineering been left to a later point in time?
They're not part of the discussions right now. That would be kind of more of a detail I would expect that would be developed later on.
Okay. Okay, so if the board gets a commercial arrangement in whatever, some amount of time, maybe we should not expect to see final locations of the grid interconnect as part of that agreement?
Is your question immediately upon execution of the commercial arrangements, or subsequent thereto, given that there will be commercial arrangements in place?
I am actually asking, in the shorter time frame, I'm trying to think about the potential for having additional hearing days, and if the location of the grid interconnect is known with any sense of finality, that would influence how I try and investigate the resulting impacts.
Rosenzweig, if it's okay, I can take a stab at this particular response. As Mr. Rosenzweig mentioned, the agreement could be in place without the level of detail that I think you're speaking to for this section of the agreement. But this section between the Park City Wind or Vineyard Wind 2 connector and the West Barnstable substation is contemplated in our discussions right now. But to say a final design would be hashed out at the point at which we reach a commercial agreement, we couldn't commit to that right now, because I don't think we would be at that level of engineering.
Okay. And another question for Vineyard Wind. This is maybe a little hypothetical, but if the 345 kV duct bank was moved towards the center of the right of way, how would that affect the overall magnetic field profile of the edge of the right of way? How would that change the magnetic fields experienced at the edge of the right of way if the red duct bank was moved to the center?
I think we would need to do the modeling to know exactly what the impact would be at the right-of-way edge. And again, I mean, there's several different scenarios here. I think it's hard to answer generally.
Mm-hmm. Is it your expectation that the magnetic field levels at the edge of the right-of-way would decrease simply by the fact that the 345 duct bank would be farther away from the edge of the right-of-way?
I would expect some level of decrease. It's hard to say exactly how much without doing the modeling.
Oh, 1 second. I need to find my place here. I'd like the witnesses to refer to page 14 of 22 in MF15 S2. The second paragraph on page 14 comments on the distribution lines and notes that the magnetic fields of the distribution lines are not expected to interact with the transmission lines. And I was just hoping for a little bit more detail about why you think that's the case.
I can start out with that question. I think that's the expectation, simply because for the distribution lines, the conductors are more closely they're in closer proximity to each other than they are for the transmission lines. So as a result, because the conductors are in close proximity to each other, the magnetic field levels are going to drop off very rapidly with distance as you move away from the distribution lines.
Thank you. Those are all my questions on the grid interconnect and magnetic fields that I have prepared. If any of my colleagues have follow-up, I think now would be a fine time, or we could break for lunch.
Yes, we're going to take our lunch break now and come back at 2:30. I'll see you all then, off the record.
Yeah.
Donna, are you feeling a little better? We missed you the last couple of days.
Yeah, and it was good to take some more meds at lunch, though.
Okay.
May I remind everybody that we are streaming to YouTube for posterity.
That's okay. So I think we still have a few more people to need to get back on, and then we'll go back on the record.
Some people must have ordered the 3-course lunch.
Don, I came up with one follow-up question while I was eating lunch today.
That's fine.
Just before we totally move on.
So Alan, I think we're mostly back, so let's go back on the record. Mr. Hazel.
Thank you. Let's see. Oh, my tiles got rearranged here. I have a question that I think is is definitely for Eversource, but I'm not seeing Mr. Soderman on my tiles here. Oh, there he is. Gotcha. This question might be better as a record request, but I'll just let you get a feel for it first. I'd like to know whether Eversource has a strong preference for where in right-of-ways, where within right-of-ways 343, 345, and 341 the grid interconnection would be located. And you might want to confer with your colleagues before replying, but the siting board is definitely interested to know what Eversource's preference is for where in the right of way the grid interconnect would be located, and whether there are any sort of practical engineering limitations about where it can be built. So if that is actually a question that you'd rather take as a record request, I'd be happy to convert it to one.
So, in this particular case, right, without doing probably a more substantial review of the corridors and what we're planning to do, it's really kind of hard to say at this stage where I would necessarily want to put it definitively. So all I can speak to now are some of the things that would tend to drive my decision one way or another. One would be, all right, what size of equipment we're going to be able to use, and can we work, how closely can we work in proximity to an existing transmission line without taking an outage, right? Which would be the easiest way to ensure that the construction could move forward as we wanted. Another thought would be, do we have any subsurface conditions that might make one particular path seem well from a plan view, but when you start digging, starts to become very difficult and time consuming. I'm thinking of a lot of surface rock. I'm not saying that I know that there's any there, but general geotechnical considerations that would kind of drive my decision. You know, the other thing I would think about is where do we have areas that we need to do a little bit of vegetative clearing in order to make sure that when we do our digging, that we're not going to be putting the duck bank into a heavy root structure.
Okay, I appreciate those general considerations. I think I would like to issue a record request for Eversource to, you know, state its preference for where within its right of ways the grid interconnect would be best located, and I would be okay if that response came after the after any commercial agreement is filed, and you know, I'm especially interested in any reason why Eversource would not want to put it towards the center of the right of way. So with those things in mind, I'll take that question as a record request.
So that will be record request EFSB 47.
And I'm all set, Ms. Sharkey.
Does anyone else from the board have questions? Do the interveners have questions?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Dalmas?
Thank you so much. So I likewise, like Mr. Hazel, organized my questions in a manner that I will endeavor to try to segregate out for Eversource and Vineyard Wind witnesses to the best that I can, but please correct me if I direct my questions inappropriately. So my first question, first few questions relates, and this is for Mr. Valberg, Dr. Valberg, to the standards and certain statements made in the EMF analysis. And my first question follows up from Mr. Wang's question regarding the Earth's magnetic field. And your mention of that, and your mention that AC and DC fields, there's magnetic fields attributable to AC and DC, alternating and direct currents. But is there not a fundamental difference between the two, given that humanity has evolved over many, many, many years, billions, life has evolved on the Earth versus the maybe a century of experience we've had with alternating currents around us?
Ms. Thomas, could you specify what the question is in there? I'm looking at the transcript, but it's unclear to me exactly what you want Mr. Valberg to compare.
I'm just trying to understand. Earlier, he had mentioned that, you know, the DC and AC are, and his mention of the Earth's out dissimilarity between the two. And I think there's a major dissimilarity between the two. So I'm asking him between the DC and AC again to revisit why he's mentioning the Earth's magnetic field in this context of this project.
Okay, well, I will try to explain that a little bit more. The important thing is that the question of whether DC fields interact with biology is something that would be relevant to both AC and DC fields. And the fact is that we have been in the presence of a DC magnetic field, you know, over evolutionary time. And AC fields at 60 hertz frequency are definitely 100 years old, but not beyond that period of time. However, the important thing to remember is that there are lots of things in your body that are still exposed to alternating magnetic fields because you move. And so if you move in the presence of a DC magnetic field, your body sees that as a time-changing magnetic field. And perhaps the best example of that is that if you have in your blood, for example, you have red blood cells and you have white blood cells and so forth, and they actually tumble in the blood at quite a rapid rate. So because they're rotating in the Earth's magnetic field, they actually see an alternating magnetic field. So there is some comparability to the AC magnetic fields that humans use for transmitting power. But the time variation is something that we take into consideration. And certainly the research that has been done on AC magnetic fields has recognized that and has used AC magnetic fields.
So correct me, I'm no expert. So you're saying that oscillation in the alternating current context is more or less the same as moving around in the DC context?
Yes, it's essentially a time rate change of the magnetic field. So that if you rotate an object in a static magnetic field, you get an AC magnetic field. You get, it feels like an AC magnetic field. And maybe one way to appreciate this is that that's in fact how our electricity is generated. We have vast generator machines that rotate coils in the presence of a static magnetic field, and those coils then produced are the AC electric current that we use in our homes.
Okay, so from a health-based perspective, you're saying there's no difference between oscillating AC impact on our bodies, no difference between that and DC.
I'm not saying that there's no difference, and that's why I caveated my earlier response on saying that the research that has been done on trying to look for biological effects of AC magnetic fields have in fact used AC. But the fact is that we're surrounded by DC magnetic fields, which are in fact time varying to the extent that we move around in them.
Okay, and I noticed you mentioned appliances in the house, refrigerator, toaster, these kinds of things. But they're a little bit different too, because what we're talking about here is a project that's going to have a continuous at 60 hertz magnetic field exposure upon my client's receptor D home versus, a toaster or refrigerator that, certain appliances that she can turn off and on. She can't turn off and on the project. I mean, this is going to be a continuous increase in exposure upon her home. Right?
Well, the wind output varies all the time. I mean, as we've heard earlier today, that it varies all the way from its maximum output to zero. So there is time variation in that as well. And I think that the important thing is to see what the effect of the project is at the location of Ms. Johnson's house. And it's from the calculations we've done, it's very low. And I think it would be below the typical ambient fields, even in the absence of appliances, electrical appliances being turned on. It's below the ambient field you would have for any house that uses electricity as power.
Okay, I'd like to get to that a little bit later, but you also mentioned MRI technology, which I understand is that's at RF fields at higher frequencies. Isn't that quite different than exposure to low frequency EMF from a health-based perspective?
No, that's not correct. The MRI uses three kinds of fields. First of all, there's the very steady field, the very large field, which is millions of milligauss. Then you're right, there is a radio frequency field too, and that's the radio frequency field that actually flips the protons in your body and create the image. However, the actual scanning of your body, the scanning of, are you looking at this portion of your body or are you looking at the other portion of your body? That is done by the scanning fields, and those are frequencies in the vicinity of 60 cycles. So I think that many of us, those of us who've had magnetic resonance imaging scans, we know that they create a lot of noise. And so you might ask yourself, well, why do they create a lot of noise? Well, they create a lot of noise because those scanning fields are interacting with the major field, the many Tesla field that is applied to align the protons in your body. And as they change the field, the scan over your body, yes, those are fields in the vicinity of typical fields with 60 cycles. And it's those fields that are creating the noise when you have an MRI scan.
Okay, thank you. So I just have a couple questions about the WHO and the ISNIRP.
I'm sorry, about the WHO?
The World Health Organization, the WHO, and the ISNIRP. What I understand, the 2000 milligauss standard that you had talked about earlier, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also mentioned, Dr. Valberg, that any proof of lower levels of harm in terms of low frequency EMF is fairly poorly supported. Is that right? Is that what you said?
Well, what I reported was that scientists around the world have tried very hard to find out how low frequency magnetic fields might affect biological systems, and they have not found a mechanism by which that could occur. Maybe they should be looking even further, but they have not found a viable mechanism of action.
Okay. Would you represent yourself that you're fully current on all scientific studies on health-based impacts of low frequency EMF?
I try to keep up with the literature, but I can't guarantee that I have seen every piece of literature by any means.
Okay. Regarding the 2000 milligauss standard of the WHO and ISNIRP, wasn't that based on a thermal model without taking into account long-term non-thermal effects of low frequency EMF?
No, that's not correct. I think you're probably confusing that with the issue about radio frequency. I mean, in the question of radio frequency fields and cell phones and so forth, there has been some controversy as to whether the actual heat deposited by the radio frequency, such as the heat deposited by a microwave oven, could be causing the effect, or whether there's some other effect that doesn't involve heat. In the case of low frequency 60 cycle power fields, those do not create any heat at all. Those are so low that they cannot deposit any heat at all. And so the standards are based on how the currents induced by those magnetic fields might interact with cells in the body. And it has nothing to do with thermal one way or the other.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Just generally in terms of these standards that are made by these organizations, is it true that there is a lag in terms of incorporating more current scientific study, just because studies take time, they need to be published, they need to be peer reviewed? So isn't it possible that this 2000 milligauss standard is in fact quite outdated?
Certainly, science takes time to develop, and their studies are peer reviewed, and then the actual peer review of all scientific studies really occurs when they're published. Even if they're peer reviewed by a review group and says, okay, this should be published, you've got to remember that all the scientists around the world will look at that article and review it themselves and say, does this have something valuable to add? So what you have to remember is that this field of power line magnetic fields has been investigated very heavily since the 1970s. I think that's when the interest in whether there were effects or not began to become to the fore. And there was a program called RAPID. Those initials stands for Research and Public Information Dissemination. And the National Institutes of Health gave a lot of money to scientists around the world to try to find out what was going on with this area. And that program continued for about 5 or 10 years. Those reports were reported in the open literature, and they essentially came to the conclusion that I've been trying to explain here, that the laboratory studies did not find effects on animals or cells that could explain how power line magnetic fields could change biology.
Okay, thank you. Were the ICN IRP, that standard, the 2000 milligauss, is that based on industry input?
I'm sure that industry does have input into all standards around the world, and so I wouldn't dismiss the idea that there may have been contributions made by suggestions from industry. But the whole idea is to reach a standard that is got the best possible science in it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Are you familiar with the Working Group Bioinitiative 2012? It's available freely publicly, report on health-based impacts of low frequency electromagnetic fields?
I'm aware that there have been several bioinitiative reports, yes.
Okay.
And those reports actually have not been received as being very valuable in terms of the scientific input.
Okay, and that particular one, are you saying that that has not been well received?
Well, the bioinitiative reports have been very voluminous, and I think that the two that I know of have not been very well received in terms of judgment on the validity of the science that they present.
Okay. Have you come across any studies that have been published where it's been shown that all cancer cells react to magnetic fields of 1/2 milligauss?
I don't know, that may have appeared in the literature somewhere, but given what I know about the literature in this area, that 1/2 a milligauss is in fact not something that I've seen established as affecting biological function.
Okay, thank you. I just want to also note, are you aware of, from a global perspective, there seems to be, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, a bit of trending towards lower standards. For example, Switzerland has, in terms of residential exposure, not occupational, I understand a threshold of 10 milligauss. Have you looked at international standards and trending in terms of appropriate health-based thresholds?
I think different countries have established different standards, and I'm aware that there are differences among those standards. I haven't looked at the basis to determine how.
I'm sorry, I have no basis, did you say?
I have not determined what their scientific basis is.
Okay, thank you. In the EMF analysis, page 2, paragraph 3, you mention, or the report mentions, the limit values should not be viewed as demarcation lines between safe and dangerous levels, but rather levels that assure safety and with adequate margins to allow for uncertainties in the science. My question for you is, are you proposing, based on what's represented in figure 9, with respect to my client's receptor D home, that she should feel assurance of safety, that adequate margins are reflected on that contour map?
Let's see, are you referring to the figure 6 that has been prepared for the substation? Or?
Yeah, I think it was originally figure 6 in the DEIR, and then in the updated EFSB MF -15 S2, it's now figure 9.
Oh, I see. Yes, it's the very last page in that in the MF response.
Yes.
And yes, I think that's actually a very helpful figure, because I believe it shows that Ms. Johnson's home is, in terms of the magnetic field impact, is in a very low range, somewhere between 1 and 2 milligauss, and that's at maximum output for the wind farm.
Okay, is that the maximum output, assuming 100% current loads on all lines, overhead, underground, as well as what you said about the wind farm? So we're talking max load coming in. Is this an accurate representation of the magnetic field at my client's property?
Well, this is an accurate representation from the project. This is for the project field due to the underground lines and the substation. That, as you know, right-of-way 343 does have overhead lines on it at all, and does have right-of-way as overhead utility lines on it as well. And this does not include their contribution.
Right, it doesn't include the transmission lines, and it doesn't include the 2 distribution lines. Is that correct?
This particular figure doesn't, but other figures in the report do show the fields produced by those lines.
Okay, and am I correct? Correct me if I'm wrong. The underground lines, I was hearing 50% capacity figures. Do we have data based on full load coming across the 275 kV and the 345? Well, the 275 inbound to the new substation, 345 kV outbound to the West Barnstable station.
Yes, we do. And this figure is based on 100% load.
For the figure 9?
Yes.
And is that also the case with the figure 6?
You mean the earlier one, or?
Yeah, I kind of focus in myself here on the contour map because it's helpful for me to see the contours as applied to my client's property. And then the figure 6 is it's in the same updated version of the analysis. The figure 6 has the 4 scenarios.
I think that's not right. I mean, the isopleth map, in one case, it has a figure 6 legend, and as you pointed out, in this one we were just looking at it as a figure 9 legend. However, there is another figure 6 in this IR response, which is not associated with that isopleth figure, and that would be on
Just to make sure we're talking about the same thing, when you say figure 6, are you talking about page 18 of 22 in the response to MF 15?
Correct, page 18 of 22, and then we have the last page of that same information request response. We have the figure 9.
Yeah, that's right, and I just found that page 18 of 22, and yes, that line shows the various scenarios that the EFSB wanted to be examined, and it shows both the contribution from the underground lines from the project and the contribution from the overhead lines that currently exist on the right-of-way 343.
Okay. Is it possible for me to request that there's a version of figure 6 that is further out into my client's property, so I can get a sense from the lines? Well, first of all, on the left-hand side, I'm assuming that the northern edge of row is receptor D. Is that correct?
Yes, the left-hand side of this graph, I believe, is the northern side of, well, actually, right-of-way 343 doesn't quite go east-west. It goes a little bit north too, but the left-hand side is the same side that has the 345 kV line on it.
Exactly.
Your
Okay.
client's is actually.
I'm sorry, Ted, we can't hear you all.
Sorry, I was just going to point out that in the interest of clarity, this chart does not extend much beyond the edge of the right-of-way. So your client's home is actually not, that location is not shown on this cross section.
Correct.
Figure 6.
Correct. And what I'm asking is, can we get this modeling, this graphic to run out at least to the first point of my client's home? So we can have visibility of the dissipating lines. Does that make sense?
Yes, it should be possible to, continue the modeling beyond the edge of this graph, if that's what the EFSB wants.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, I'd like to see both the contour map representative of the full impact here, including the Eversource existing non-project transmission and distribution lines. And I'd like to see the figure 6 graphics in the 4 scenarios carry out so we can see what happens with those lines as they approach my client's receptor D home. And ideally also reflecting the additional information that I understand is not included overall, just to see actually what is the overall impact here from an EMF perspective.
Just to be clear, what you want is not necessarily to see the impact of the project, but the total levels that would exist if the project were operational. Do I have that right?
Yeah, but also including the existing, again, the existing information regarding the transmission, what you're calling the non-project transmission, Eversource transmission and distribution lines. So we can see what is going to be the final ultimate impact here on my client's home.
Ms. Dalmas, do you want it to the edge of your client's property line or further within her property line?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, I think we should be going as far as her home, where she lives, where her grandchildren are, where she sleeps, because again, our perspective is the health risk involved in being exposed to an ongoing magnetic field, a continuous magnetic field that's going to result from this project. We can debate the levels, but we know it's going to be a continuous new field running out into her property, given that she's in such close proximity, not only to the substation, but she's got the row wrapped right around the other side of her as well. So I think that would be very helpful.
Does the company understand the record request, Mr. Gerson?
I would defer to the witnesses as to whether they understand it. It took a little bit of explanation there, so I want to make sure that they have a good sense of what the final request here is here at the end of the day.
I guess in short, I assume that the request is primarily to extend the graph on figure 6 another 200 or 300 feet on the left side.
Yes, please. And also to reflect the missing currents that will be not part of the project, but that should be taken into account with the supplementary currents that are going to be relevant to the overall EMF impact on her home.
I'm a little concerned, Ms. Dalmas, that last statement may have confused.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sorry. So it's the ability to see the maximum resulting EMF exposure on my client's residence, taking into account the project at full current load, as well as factoring in the existing Eversource transmission and distribution lines at full current loads. Is that helpful?
And I will again defer to the witnesses, but you want the figure 6 in exhibit MF 15S2 extended.
Yes, I'd like
until
to
it reaches the home, and having the various components that you just described included.
Yes, I'd like to see that graphic run all the way over to, at very least, the nearest point of my client's home at receptor D. And then to the extent that the contour map, figure 9, formerly figure 6, is adjusted as necessary to reflect what I understand, what I'm hearing, correct me if I'm wrong, excludes the existing current information for the non-project Eversource transmission and distribution lines.
So if I might, we're doing a little bit of mixing of analysis here. So if we take figure 6, which presents 4 different load scenarios for different levels of offshore wind and different levels of load on the Cape, and we rerun that and extend the curves further, essentially to the left of the page, as Dr. Wahlberg described, we can extend those several hundred feet to get to your client's home. So that will give us one snapshot of the magnetic fields that are coming from the existing overhead transmission lines, as well as the underground lines that are going to be built for the project.
And the substation.
Well, I'm going to get to that. So the substation is a different model analysis and a different presentation. So one simple way to get to what you're asking about is to rerun figure 6, extend the lines, and then we already have a value that brackets your client's home on figure 9, which isolates on the substation and the new lines from the project. And conservatively, if you added that value to the cross section we're talking about in figure 6, I think you get to what you're looking for. So that would be the simplest way to do this.
Okay, thank you.
Peter, that's not okay to you?
Yes, no, that's fine. I mean, I was going to suggest the same thing, but you explained it so clearly. I will defer to that, because you're right. We can assume conservatively that the fields add in such a way, because they could actually be subtracting depending upon which way the magnetic field points. But by saying that they'll add to whatever is produced by the right-of-way, we're assuming that will be the highest possible result.
Ms. Dalmas, have you asked a record request since I was last running the hearings?
I think my last record request was when you were here.
Okay, so this will be record request -JJ-4.
Great, thank you. Okay, so my next question for Dr. Wahlberg or anyone who might want to answer. I'm just a bit confused about these references in the EMF analysis to this so-called Massachusetts edge of row 85 milligauss guideline, non-health-based guideline, with reference to guideline. I noticed there's a 2017 Department of Public Utilities decision. The citation is 2017 Mass PUC Lexus 364. It's EFSB 14-04, D.P.U 14-153, D.P.U 14-154. in a footnote, it's actually footnote 115. And I'm happy to read it. I don't know if I'm allowed, but I'm happy to read it into the record.
Please do.
It mentions in its petition, Eversource actually characterized the siting board's 85 milligauss reference point as a guideline value, citing to some, and I won't read the citation, but that 2010 decision relates a suggestion by petitioner Western Massachusetts Electric Company, a predecessor to Eversource, that levels below 85 milligauss are by precedent acceptable to the siting board. The siting board decision goes on to state that, contrary to that suggestion, the board has not found, unquote, that by presenting an edge of right of way, there's a typo, magnetic field of 85 milligauss or lower, an applicant is presumed to have mitigated environmental impacts, and that no further mitigation would ever be required. Adding, parenthetically, that previously accepted magnetic field levels are not a standard limiting acceptable impacts and do not provide the principal basis for siting board evaluation of magnetic fields. Thus, while the figure of 85 milligauss may reasonably be cited by a party as a reference point, the GSRP board decision does not support the company's characterization of 85 milligauss as a siting board guideline. I will welcome anyone's input on what is stated in this case, because I'm a bit confused based on reading the analysis. Is this a guideline or is this really a reference point?
So I don't know if this is for me to object to, but that sounds like a question to the siting board, or in terms of what the import of their language is. And I wouldn't want my witnesses to testify as to what the siting board's belief is, to the extent that Mr. Soderman might be asked the question.
And I was going to say something similar. I mean, we're happy to brief this if Ms. Stelmas wants to raise the interpretation of siting board precedents in briefing.
I don't see it as a guideline based upon that case. I see it as a reference point. And my sense is that the edge of row seems to be something relied upon, and I'm not. That's not my understanding of the way the project should be analyzed based on that standard. It's not a standard.
I don't want to suggest what you could ask the witnesses, but if you are interested in their use of that standard,
okay,
or non-use,
yeah,
go ahead. But I think the legal interpretation of the siting board precedents would be better handled on brief.
Okay, it's just referenced as a guideline in the EMF analysis. So that's my only comment on that. Thank you. In the record request, EFSB-7, and Mr. Hazel, you may have already asked this. Apologies if I'm being repetitive here. There's discussion about the site grade change for the revised substation design, not expected to significantly affect the modeled magnetic field levels outside the substation fence line. Was this already asked? I don't think so. My question is, what do you mean by not expected to significantly affect the modeled magnetic field levels?
I guess I will mention what that's based on, and Chris can weigh in as well. I mean, basically, the change in elevation of the substation does not change the distances between the substation sources of EMF and then the surrounding areas where the isopleths are plotted. So since the magnetic field falls off as the square of distance and so forth, the moving up and down of the substation has virtually no effect on those results.
Okay, so it should say virtually no effect.
Something, yeah, but that would be fine with me.
Okay, thank you. Just a general question regarding the Fields program, which correct me if I'm wrong, that's what you used in terms of modeling the underground cabling. Is that right?
Yes.
Does that program or any of the other software programs, such as the Corona program, do they build in any sort of standard margin, or do you build in a standard margin of error when you do this modeling in these programs?
The answer, I guess, the short answer is no, they don't bring in any standard of error because the equations of electricity and magnetism are so well established that there's no expectation that there is any error. And in other words, those programs are much more based on deterministic physics. There's no debate as to how much current produces how much field.
Okay, so I guess it's more important that the input in the modeling reflects the actual project data, essentially. Am I right?
That's an important part, yes.
Okay, okay, thank you. I'd like to understand a bit, and this could be for maybe for Eversource, a little bit about this concept of phase relationships, balancing ground returns, just to get a sense of whether the modeling takes into account what I understand can occur, which is imbalance in the transmission lines.
So the currents provided assume that the transmission lines are balanced, which is a pretty good reflection of reality when it comes to transmission. You typically tend to see imbalance more on distribution lines, whereas you come down a street, you're only tapping B phase, and now all of a sudden the phases don't add up to zero. Whereas transmission, it's point to point. So the balance on the transmission lines is within 1 or 2%.
Okay, and what causes imbalance? Is there a list of things that can trigger it?
So there are a number of factors that can cause imbalance. The most common and most substantial source of imbalance on the distribution system is as you get away from the substation and you do a side tap of a single phase to feed a neighborhood, for example. So as you're coming down with your backbone on Main Street and you drive by Smith Street and there's 6 houses on it, well, you only tap the C phase to go down and feed Smith Street. So now the current beyond Smith Street is lower than it was before, but phases A and B haven't changed. That now represents an imbalance. And so the next street you come to, let's call it Elm Street, for example, that has 5 or 6 houses on it. So at this time you tap B phase as opposed to C phase. And then the intent is the next street you would tap off the A phase. And that's how you balance loads on the distribution system. So as you get back closer to the substation, the distribution loads will become balanced. However, as you get away from the substation, you get onto these side taps for distribution. That tends to, every time you go down a street, you're going to develop some imbalance. That kind of tapping on a singular phase does not occur on the transmission system.
Okay, and I'm correct that the distribution lines here, again, they are on the other side, the southern side of the row 343. Is that right?
That is correct.
Other side of the what row?
Sorry, on the southern side of row 343.
That is correct.
And the transmission lines are more on the northern side of row 343.
They occupy the bulk of row 343, both the south
Right,
and
kind
the
of
north.
center, but
yeah.
Okay. And are you saying that transmission lines never become imbalanced?
Well, transmission lines can become imbalanced during a fault condition, where a single phase to ground or a phase-to-phase fault exists. However, the relays for a transmission line would react within cycles, meaning fractions of a second.
To rebalance?
No, to basically open up the circuit.
Okay.
In terms of balancing, by the time you get to the transmission system overall, you've aggregated enough loads on each of the individual phases that the transmission system is essentially balanced. As I said, there's a couple percent that transmission lines may seem some imbalance. For extremely long transmission lines that aren't transposed, you may also see some measure of imbalance on the transmission system, because the transmission line may not be perfectly symmetrical. So if you transpose a very long transmission line, you will restore that balance. But this is, more something you see on transmission lines that are, 75, 100 miles long.
Okay, so in row 343, the southern side of my client's receptor D home, you're saying that the transmission lines there at most 1%. And how often would an imbalance occur?
On the transmission system?
There.
Beyond what? I'm sorry, say that part again.
How often do you think an imbalance might occur there in the row 343 area?
Beyond the 2%?
Like what?
Maybe a few times a year for a few seconds.
For a few
right?
seconds.
In each instance, right? Most transmission lines, even the ones that don't necessarily have dual high-speed protection schemes, right? They would tend to clear in about 30 cycles, which is still half of a second, right? And that's zone 2 clearing times. So that's not only do you not have dual high-speed protection, but your first zone of protection didn't work either. So we're getting very far down to even get out to half of a second worth of time duration. Most of the time, these things clear within less than 6 cycles, which is less than 1/10 of a second.
Okay, so would I be correct then to conclude that in this particular case, row 343 with these transmission lines, imbalances are 1%, 2%, pretty infrequent, and any resulting increase in EMF fields is going to be negligible? Would that be correct?
I would say that's probably a fair statement, yes.
And would negligible be, we could put a milligauss number on it, is that?
1 to 2%.
Okay, and again, it would be a matter of, it's not a continuous.
No, the imbalance is going to fluctuate a little bit, right? Between being perfectly balanced and 2%, 1 or 2%, or maybe, somewhere in that neighborhood throughout the year. But you're not going to see a significant imbalance on the transmission system.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to ask a question about this self-canceling principle where wires and conductors are concerned. And in the EMF analysis, I see it's mentioned that when you have this self-canceling effect, the net EMF is in the range between the sum of EMF, from the individual sources. And
I'm sorry, I've just lost what you're saying. When you have the self-canceling effect, the net EMF.
The net EMF is, unquote, in the range between the sum of EMF from the individual sources and the difference of the EMF from the individual sources. Did I get that right, Dr. Valver?
Yes, that's basically right. I mean, they can either add or subtract.
Okay, so just from a technical perspective, it's not necessarily a full cancellation effect, but there is at least some canceling happening when you do this positioning. Correct?
Yeah, yes, and because the currents on a transmission line all add up to 0 at any instant of time, that's a significant canceling effect because the currents are going in opposite directions.
Okay. So with the duct bank, I know we talked about the difference between the 4x2 and the 2x4 configurations. And correct me if I'm wrong, the 2x4 configuration, the more vertical configuration, has a lower EMF impact. And we also talked about potentially shifting that duct bank for the outbound 345 kV line, which I understand is essentially right very close to that northern edge of Row. Is it possible that, and this follows on the heels of Mr. Hazel's request, that we can have that line and that duct bank shifted more into the Row, away from my client's receptor D property?
That's not a question for me.
And using in that case the vertical 2x4 duct bank, which has a lower EMF exposure based on the information in the EMF analysis.
So I would take us back to when we did discuss this morning, and I believe I pointed folks to one of the tables that basically had a value directly over the center line of the duct bank, and in round numbers they were 80 milligauss for the horizontal or shallower configuration and 50 for the vertical. But by the time you get 20 feet away in either direction, those values had fallen to 4.1 and 3.9. So there was virtually no difference between the two once you moved 20 feet away. So, I mean, what you're asking about, in theory, you could do, but the effect any distance from the right of way will be basically negligible. And as we also discussed this morning, the question of where the duct bank goes within the right of way is something that's yet to be determined, and it's a discussion point at this level between Vineyard Wind and Eversource, whose right of way it is.
Right, and it's an ask given concern about the health-based implications of what the ultimate EMF will really be at my client's home. So if that's possible, that can be shifted and the 2x4 duct bank can be used, it would be appreciated. I also have a question about the SubCalc software program, and that's—
I'm sorry, the what program?
The SubCalc, SUBCALC program that I understand was used to do the Figure 9 contour map. Does that program, as you do that modeling, is that also based on very strict formulas? Do you include any sort of margin of error in doing that modeling with that software program?
That's a very precise program as well. And I think to the extent that I mentioned earlier this morning that we ignore certain mitigation things such as induced currents, which would tend to reduce the magnetic field impact of the main phase conductors, that yes, I mean, we try to make a conservative calculation in terms of ignoring things which are typically thought to mitigate the magnetic field levels.
Thank you. Based on the existing contour map, Figure 9, formerly Figure 6, showing my client's home between the 1 and 2 milligauss contour lines, is Vineyard Wind, as part of this project, willing to represent and warrant that my client's home will never have exposure greater than 2 milligauss at the residence?
I'm not sure that's
as a condition for the project.
I think that's a question that we would have to discuss as a team, and you're asking specifically about that 1 and 2 milligauss contours are as a result of substation alone. So I think that's something we'd have to take offline and talk about what if anything we could do in that regard.
Thank you. Yes.
I would also say, I think that question is glossing over some significant complexities here, in that, as we've already discussed, there are multiple factors affecting potential levels at your client's home, in addition to the project.
Okay. It makes it difficult because I'm looking at a figure 9 and understanding that that's going to be the exposure at my client's residence. So I think it's reasonable to have an ask that the project condition conforms to what's represented here on this contour map.
I'm going to continue on that. There's multiple things that are challenging with that question. The first is the issue of what we will or will not represent and warrant is not something that any of the experts can answer. So I think the legal question about what a legal mechanism might be to memorialize anything, it doesn't. I mean, I don't think these witnesses can contribute to that.
Okay, so are you telling me that I can't rely on this figure 9?
I'll let Adam jump in again. First, I think that you are not representing figure 9 as it has been discussed for a quite extensive period of time already today in terms of what it actually reflects. And that perhaps what it sounds like you are interested in is something that you should talk to the company separately about. And it doesn't appear to me to be a factual question about the effects, the magnetic field effects that may occur at your client's residence.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand, but thank you. I do have my record request, so I look forward to seeing what the maximum overall impact will be. I don't have any more questions at this time. Thank you very much.
Would the company like a break to consider whether it wishes to do any redirect at this time?
We would appreciate a short break. Before we do that, I do have two quick logistical things about record request numbering, if you don't mind covering that now.
That would be great.
So I believe there was a record request to Eversource that was numbered sequentially with the Vineyard Wind record requests. I think it might be more clear to number that on a separate scheme. I don't think there's a question about who is going to respond to it, but it would make things cleaner on our tracking sheets and make sure that we don't get confused in numbering in other contexts.
Well, we normally run our record requests sequentially, independent of who the party is that we ask the questions of, Mr. Gerson. And if there's only one that Eversource is probably responsible for, I think they would be happy to cooperate with you to determine whose responsibility to provide the responses.
That's fine. We will work around that. And then second, I think that Ms. Dalmas's record request response that was numbered as 4 should be record request JJ3, unless I'm missing one.
I think you're correct. Yes, I've requested 3.
Okay, I stand corrected and will reflect that in the transcript today.
Thank you very much for those matters. So if we could have just 10 minutes or so, we can get back to you.
That would be fine. Why don't we come back at 3:45?
Thank you very much.
Presiding Officer Sharkey.
Yes.
I just, once we get back on the record, I wondered if it would be okay if my client would like me to ask one question.
Sure.
Thank you. Just let me know when it's good for me to do that. Thank you.
Is everybody back on? Let's go back on the record. Ms. Damas, you have an additional question?
Yes, so my client, Receptor D, would like to know if there's any way to shift the substation away in the wall by 1,000 feet away from her home.
So we talked quite a bit earlier in the proceeding on the day that we spent on route selection and substation location. We went through the other potential locations that the company looked at for a substation. The result of that was that we concluded that the motel site was in fact the best site for this facility. And so I think the short answer to your question is no, at this point, we could not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there you are, Mr. Gerson. So does the company have redirect?
We do not.
Well, then, I believe we have nothing left to address today. We are concluding hearings for today, and we will resume when we schedule the next hearing day. Mr. Gerson.
I do want to put one procedural thing quickly on the record, just to let you know, we will endeavor to respond to all of the record requests from today within the set period. The modeling can sometimes take somewhat longer. We will do our best to get it that response in as quickly as possible.
I appreciate that, Mr. Gerson. Is there anything else before we conclude for today? In that case, everyone have a good weekend, and we're off the record.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.